Right. Back for the main card of UFC 330. We're watching the second to last prelim. Sound working? All right. Back for the main. All right. So, our streaming live to Rumble, YouTube, and Kick. So why the preview's not working on Kick? Refresh it here and see what happens. Okay. Does look like we're working. Got as much light blocked out as I can over here. All right, so interesting first round. Foul, I believe a point taken, and a good strong finish for Johnson. Although, Johnson got dropped. Johnson coming back up. Johnson fell down. Not good. Johnson, such an up and down fighter. Knockout wins over the champ and a top 10 guy, but somehow is getting beaten now by a guy took the fight on 4 days notice, making his UFC debut. So hopefully turns this around pretty quick here. Turn my monitor a little bit. Come on, Johnson. Pick Johnson to win this. The odds are pretty even going into this fight, but Johnson needs to do something here. Anybody else think it's kind of a conflict of interest that this guy trains at DC's gym and DC's commentating? I mean, love DC, but I think you scoot out of the broadcast booth when one of your, I guess, Makshev and him are former training partners also, so teammates. 52% strikes landed, and I got a stupid iPad in the way over here. I'll be right back, guys. All right. So, while we're watching, pull up the full fight poster here. So I picked Orablai, he lost. Picked Brahimaj, he lost. Did not pick on this one. My wife picked Fernando, and he did win, and he was super impressive. I picked Luque, and he lost. Gore ended up winning. Is it a rear naked choke or TKO? I don't remember. But needless to say, Gore won. I picked Johnson over here, and Johnson did win. And I picked this Johnson in this fight. And I don't know what's going to happen here. This is not doing spectacular. So he needs to let those hands go. We know he's got the power. This kid, yes, probably better technique, but he's got the power. And he clocked him with a few good shots at the end. I don't know who won that round. If they did take the point in the first round, Johnson definitely won it. It's just a matter of, is that a point that makes it 10-9 for Johnson, or did Johnson win the round without that and get a 10-8? I don't know. So I don't know. This fight's all over the place. This kid, because if there was a point taken, I believe there was, we could end up having a draw. I'm telling him it's 1-1. Oh, yeah, he did drop in that round, so we definitely got to give him that round. But man, he rocked him with that shot, but he didn't do enough. So yeah, round 1 to Johnson because of the point. Round 2, we don't know. It could be 10-9, could be 10-8. Depends on if he was winning to begin with. Hi. Yeah, Johnson needs to go after him big time, and he's starting out like he is. He needs to push forward, push forward, push forward. Johnson switches stances a lot. I feel like his opponent does too. Johnson moving his head a little better here, and he's backing his opponent up. It's what he needs to do. He's a back up, and he needs to use those hands. He does not need his back against the fence. There, circle out, good. A few low kicks by Johnson. Johnson, really good pace. So is this where his opponent taking the fight on 4 days' notice could struggle in this last round and having to cut weight, you know, in 3 days. Obviously, they did a catch weight of 130, so this fight could happen. Oh, front kicks are hurting him. Okay, so this round is Johnson's right now. Johnson definitely way ahead. Johnson looks like he could stop him. Oh, and Johnson gets taken down and sprawls back out. Nice. Looking to take the back. He needs to be hunting the finish because you never know with these judges' decisions, especially if there's points taken. Oh, no. What the heck, Johnson? What's he doing here? Oh, that was the Turkish twister. Or not the Turkish twister, the Scottish twister. That is crazy. We had never seen that move before until like a month ago. A guy wins with this crazy unorthodox move called the Scottish twister, and then another fighter wins with the same move. That's nuts, man. I cannot believe he just won with a Scottish twister. That's nuts, dude. Wow. Craziness tonight. All right, if you're just joining us, we're watching the last of the prelims. We'll get the timer pulled up for this. We got one more prelim coming up here. Have the timer up. That's crazy. No, there was a Scottish twister a month ago, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan thinks that's the first Scottish twister in the octagon. No, it was done. It was done not that long ago. Scottish twister win, honey. Can you believe that? Johnson. All right, so last 2 fights I got right, and I'm picking Alvarez over Njokuani. I can't hear you, Mama. You're picking Njokuani? Or you're picking Alvarez? Alvarez? That's what I'm going with in this one. His brother beat up the dude I was stuck in the airport with, Freddie Poole. That suit, yeah, they were buddies, and they had trained together and everything, and they had to fight each other at the WCL, and Anthony Njokuani beat the living snot out of poor Freddie Poole. Yeah. Oh, he needed that. All right, so he keeps the pattern going of winning one, losing one, winning one, losing one. Back and forth every other fight. Pretty wild. Scottish Twister. Joe Rogan didn't even realize that that move was used. He wasn't at that card, I guess. Oh, I need to move that stupid iPad. Joe Rogan should know. Because I was calling it the Kyrgyzstani Twister because the dude was from Kyrgyzstan. And then they announced later that it was a Scottish Twister. All right. Alvarez versus Chidi Njokuani coming up next.
Get you a what?
So crazy. Brutal move. He just like shoves him off the top of him. That was a little mean, a little cold there. All right. Oh, I didn't realize that's. Is that why Ochoa dropped out? Because he's another teammate of Nascimento? So speaking of, totally unorthodox submissions that we've never seen before, when I was doing my review last night, and I was watching Ian Gary's fight with Shavkat Rakhmonov. Rakhmonov, I believe, I don't think he even intended it as a submission, but he had Ian Gary in that exact move, the capsule lock, and in the moment where Ian Gary probably had never even seen that move, he came up with an escape. Just shows the insane fight IQ of Ian Gary. That when I had to replay it like 3 times to understand exactly what he did. Heck. Trying to share my link around a little bit. Hopefully I don't get told that I've shared it too much. She just went out front. All right. That ninja choke earlier in the Wells Orabai fight. Very unexpected. Huge underdog. Gets a win by just a tight, crazy move. And we had a referee get clock of the shot. I guess that was the last Johnson, the earlier Johnson Mechanico fight. All right. 2 people watching over on Kick. Thanks for joining us tonight. Just a second, guys. I don't know where she is. Hang on a minute. Walks away from her phone. All right. More valid. All right, so we're getting ready for the feature prelim. Joining me for the first time, do all kinds of breakdowns of the fights. I did a huge breakdown show exclusively on Rumble because Kick didn't work for me last night. Don't know why. Changed the settings, and now tonight it seems to be working. I am streaming tonight to YouTube, Rumble, and Kick. A lot of times I will jump off of YouTube and go exclusively to Rumble, but I'll try Kick also when I do video reviews of fights. All right. So we should start looking at the main card. All right, it's been a long day. All right, so we're on this fight. We got this one coming up. So let's open up Edson Barbosa in this one and open up Ribovics on this one. Okay. So 24-14. Been in the UFC for a very long time. 3-fight losing streak, 2 decisions, and 1 TKO against Jalen Turner, who fights later on tonight. He had a 2-fight winning streak. Sadiq Youssef, I mean, a pretty good fighter, and Billy Quarantillo. And he had a 2-fight losing streak prior to that. 2-fight, and things have not been going spectacular for Mr. Barbosa recently. Another guy who's been in the UFC for a ridiculously long time. We've got a lot of guys tonight that have been around for a while. Man, all the way back to 2011? All right. Made his UFC debut in November 20th of 2010. That is insane, dude. 40 years old. This could very well be, if he loses, this could be his last fight. Let's look at Ribovics. 15-3. Lost to Gamrot. Last fight. Beat Elvis Brenner. Lost to Haxaras. Beat Daniel Zellhuber, Terrence McKinney, and Canuela Kirk. Man, how old is he? He's 30. Yeah, he's coming off a loss, but it's to Gamrot. That was a split decision to Nasrat. Derek, you in here? You know where Grams went? She what? Take her phone. Tell her to call Travis back. And she walks away from her phone all the time. All right. I am going to have to go with Ribovics. Oh, now I see her out there. Take that out there. Derek. I'm not even on the camera. All right. I'm going to have to go with Ribovics. And I'm not going to give you the next fight until the main card actually starts. I'm doing that one early. Things have just not been going well for Barbosa. Definitely at the end of his career. The loss, I think he probably retires. All right, and then we got this one next. We'll look at this one. I'm going to pull it up on the screen, but we're not going to talk about it until we get to the first fight of the main card. And I am going to start my timer here. So you can sync up if you would like. Otherwise, you're probably just going to hear what my thoughts are right after it happens. Okay. Alvarez is a 75% favorite on Polymarket. Cutting off the top of my head because I'm too close to the camera. All right. Review over on Rumble. Awesome, guys. Thank you for joining us tonight. We are watching the feature prelim before the main card starts. UFC 330. Some very interesting results so far. We had some big time underdogs win earlier. We had Charles Johnson just won with a Scottish twister, the second one in history. And I think it's the second one in 2 months. Have to go back. I know that they mentioned, commentators did, when that happened. No, it was a fighter from Kyrgyzstan, I believe, because I want to call it a Kyrgyzstani twister. Alvarez moving forward and looking pretty confident here. I said, he's had his moments in the UFC, some big knockouts, but then he's also, had some rough ones. Alvarez, from his record, felt like he had an advantage in this fight. Another welterweight bout here. Quite a few welterweights tonight. Okay. Pull the full card back up here. So, yeah, a ninja choke in this fight. Magny beat Brahimaj. I believe it was a referee stoppage. Brahimaj gassed himself out in the first round and didn't really do a lot to gas himself out, surprisingly enough. Wasn't really looking for the submissions like you would have thought for a guy with 100% finishing rate, and 12 of those by submission. Yeah, Alvarez doing really good, pushing forward here. Then we had Fernando knocked out Tobias. He looked really good. Really impressed with that guy. Another good light heavyweight to add to the mix. And Gore upset Luque. I don't know if that was an upset, but from their records, Luque seemed like he should have had that fight. And then Johnson KO'd Mechanico, and the referee about KO'd the referee. He hit the referee. I missed the shot. I want to rewatch that, but and then Charles Johnson won with a Scottish twister. Now we got Alvarez versus Njokuani. I called Alvarez in this one. I am calling Ribovics in the first fight at the main card. And then I'll give you, as soon as we get to that fight, or right before that fight starts, I'll give you my prediction on the second main card fight. I usually do like 2 fights at a time, prediction-wise, until the main event. You gotta wait till the co-main is over. If you watched my breakdown, then you have probably an idea of which way I'm going on the co-main and the main events. And I can see the chat on both, or on all of my platforms, Rumble, YouTube, and on Kick. So if you want to leave a comment, feel free to, and I will try to respond to it. I did leave earlier in the chat my referral link for Rumble on Kick. I mean, I'm cool with getting more people watching on Kick too, but if some of you guys want to get on Rumble, that would be fantastic, because the more people I have watching on Rumble, the better chance I get of doing an ad read and making some money from these streams. Right now, I'm not making money. I have spent a lot on computers and cameras and do spend a lot of time analyzing these fights. And like I said, you know, the prelims are always way tougher to call because the fighters are less known. And I'm never as confident in picks for prelims. Last week, main card, I called all 5 fights correctly. And there's been so many fights. What was last week's fight? Wasn't the Gamrot fight was 2 weeks ago? Gamrot versus Sal killed? Not 2 weeks ago? I don't remember what fight was last week. So many fights lately. We've got week after week after week of fights. Alvarez needs to get moving forward again. Anytime you're moving backwards in MMA, it's not. Oh, there's a good shot by him. Chidi starting out the round pretty good here. Tough round 1 went to Alvarez probably. Chidi's looking better. And I do believe they said Alvarez may have taken this fight on short notice. Had lots of short notice replacements on the last few cards. Maybe it was Saul killed Gamrot last week. This is a crazy week. I don't even remember. Then I did a live stream for the entire Dana White's Contender Series. I won't do that every week. I'll just come on for the final fight of the Contender Series. And then I will give you my picks for who's going to get the contract after that final fight gets over. Did have 4 contracts given out in the first week, which is pretty wild. Let's say Chidi ahead this round. I felt like Alvarez edged out round 1. Oh, and then there's controversy on Ultimate Fighter with Herb Dean making another crazy call in the final round of the semifinal matchup. He called the fight, said it was over, but then went back and said, oh, you poked him in the eye before the shot that stopped him. So we're going to continue. And then the other guy won the judge's decision. So that was a little controversial again. And of course, that's been, you know, was filmed a couple months ago, I'm sure. So that's right about the time White House card happened. And there was all the controversy with Herb Dean on that card. Card prior, I believe, the next card after. And Chidi looking pretty good this round. Oh, Alvarez. Yeah, if he did take this fight short notice, I'm starting to maybe see cardio not be a good thing for him here. Good jab by Alvarez. Alvarez needs to get back moving forward. It's just not getting a lot done here. Come on, Alvarez. Chidi looking really good right here. Put together some nice, clean combos. A few good punches by Alvarez there. Oh, I didn't start the timer this round. Sorry, guys. Alvarez starting to move forward again. Landed a good right hand there. But you got to keep moving forward. Can't be stepping back. Maybe land another good right hand there. Oh, now we get another eye poke. Dang it. Eye pokes have been so ridiculous lately. Oh, and he cut him. Oh. It was an eye poke, and it looks like he cut him on the outside of his left eye. Fantastic. Oh. Left head kick by Chidi, and Alvarez just eats it and keeps moving forward. Kwani set a new personal record for leg kicks. Alvarez not doing much here. Dang it, Alvarez. All right, so that's probably a round apiece. We're watching the feature prelim. If you're just joining us, it's like somebody just popped on Kick. Watching UFC 330, giving my predictions and my live commentary and reactions to all the fights tonight. Started out pretty rough with my calls on the early prelims. I said Orblai would win, and he lost to Wells. And I said Brahimaj would win, and he lost to Magny. I didn't call the third prelim just because guys were like pretty much brand new to the UFC. And Fernando looked super impressive. Then we had Gore versus Luque. Luque looked good early on, and he just let Gore get back into the fight, unfortunately, and he finished him. Then we had Johnson versus Mechanico, and Johnson won by a knockout, and darn near knocked out the referee. As he jumped in, he caught him with a shot across the side of the head, apparently. And then we had Charles Johnson winning with a Scottish twister against a late replacement opponent. All right. Round number 3. I feel like it's a round apiece, but Njokuani's definitely got the momentum big time. After round 2, Alvarez, I thought, edged out round 1. But Alvarez was moving forward in round 1. He stopped doing that in round 2, and it gave Njokuani the chance to get his game going. Oh. Alvarez needs to get moving forward and get busier here. Land punches, maybe go for a takedown. That's what he needs to do right there. He just did it. Moved forward and landed a good combo. Now he's cutting off the ring a little bit and throwing some good shots. Now he's in a clinch, and he lets Njokuani turn him into the fence. He tries to tie clinch. Nothing doing. Njokuani's a master of that tie clinch. Now he spins him, and now he spins him back, and we're just doing little circles against the fence. Trading positions. All right, now we got Alvarez has him pushed up against the fence. See what kind of takedown ability he has against the fence, like an inside trip, step across, something. Really needs to get Njokuani down and score some points. As this round thus far has been trying a spinning elbow, was way too close. And now Njokuani back on the jab again. Oh, man. Good stance switching by Njokuani too. Makes it that much more difficult for Alvarez to plan his attacks. Oh, there's a good body shot to a head hook, though, against the southpaw. Right body hook came up with a left head hook. Works really effectively. You can duck under a cross, or if your opponent is standing southpaw. One of my last 3 kickboxing matches, I did that combo twice in like the last 30 seconds. Drop down, body hook came up, left head hook, and then a right cross behind it. And the one time I did it while he was just standing there and caught him in the ribs with that body hook. The second time I did it, he threw a right hook, and I ducked, I bobbed and weaved under his right hand and hit him to the body, and then came up with that hook cross. So both were effective, but I felt like the one that hit him in the solar plexus because he was turning on that cross was way better. But anytime somebody's standing southpaw, that's when you can really blast him with that right hook to the body and catch him on the solar plexus. Whereas when he's not standing southpaw and he throws that same right body hook, it's hitting him on the ribs. So this round's a little bit better for Alvarez, but it could go either way. And right now, Njokuani is a 93% favorite on Pauly Market, so not looking good for Alvarez. He needs to do something really big here. A knockdown to turn this around would be really beneficial for him at this point. And if you could catch him with a punch while Njokuani is throwing a kick and then land some ground and pound to the bell, man, I do think this is definitely a more versatile attack by Njokuani. Varied attack. Round 3 significance 40-19. Holy smokes, man. Njokuani about doubling, more than doubling up on the strike count. Alvarez needs to know you got 30 seconds to win this fight. If you don't do something big, you're not going to win. Man. Dang it. Darn it, Alvarez. Well, I think Njokuani's getting that decision. All right. Hopefully, we're going to have our multi-view momentarily on my other screen to my right. So, my picks on the prelims got 2 right and most likely 4 wrong. Hasn't gone well on the prelims, but the main card is where I do well. I want to look back really quick over here on our slides. What were last week's fights? I have the card from last week pulled up. So much has happened last week. We've had all kinds of stuff. That fight's coming up. Maybe it was the Cell Killed fight last week. Njokuani gets the unanimous decision. All right, yeah, it must have been. Feels like that was 2 weeks ago. Quick, let me do this. UFC events. Gamrot versus Cell Killed was last week. Yeah. It's a long week, man. That feels like 2 weeks ago. All right. Looking at the record of Stolfus, Dustin Stolfus, and Mansour Abdul Malik, 9-1, lost to Bill Gorey. I mean, this training partner of Alex Pereira, guy who had a win over Alex Pereira in kickboxing. That's his only loss of his career. We're not going to hold that against him too much. All right, what's going on with our multicam? It should be on. And it's not yet. Oh, yeah. 701. Oh, here. It's coming on now. All right. So, first fight of the main card, I'm calling Rubovics. Second fight of the main card, let's look back at these two gentlemen. 9-1. His only loss was his last fight to Bill Gurry. I don't remember what happened in that Brundage fight that it got overturned. There was something illegal. Oh, you know what? It was a clash of heads. They said a clash of heads led to the end of the fight. So it got overturned and became a draw. So, but I mean, prior to that, let me see. 2 knockout wins. What's his finish rate, man? 100% finishing rate. Never gone the distance. Had the 1 draw. Columbia, Maryland. Now, Dustin Stolfus on the other side. From Lancaster, Pennsylvania, USA, 16-8. Coming in off of a 2-fight losing streak, both by decision. Knockout over Marc-Andre Barrios. Loss to Bruno Ferreira by a KO by a spinning back elbow. So weird. We never saw spinning back elbows until a few years ago. Beat Soriano by a rear naked choke. Lost to Abus Magomedov by a TKO front kick and punches. Beat Dwight Grant. Lost Gerald Marchart. Rudolph Vieira. Kyle Dawkins. A win over Joe Pyfer. Joe Pyfer had an elbow injury in that fight. And then he came to the UFC. All right, so yeah, definitely gonna have to go with Mansour Abdul Malik in this fight. So there you go. You guys have my calls for these first 2 fights of the main card, Rubovics and Abdul Malik. All right. Wow. What? Did you get your phone? Did you call Travis back? All right, so I'm going Rubovics and Mansour Abdul Malik. All right. No comments yet tonight. We got our multicam over here. Yeah, I want to go back and watch that. The referee almost got knocked out. Hello. On the first fight of the night, I'm saying Ribovics. I'm going with the favorites in both these. They're just, you look at their records and what they've done recently, and they're way for Ribovics. I don't know. I'm just saying he's gonna win. I don't know how he'll win. And then Abdul Malik, I'm going with him over Stolfas in the first two main card fights. Yeah, they're both huge favorites. Ribovics and Abdul Malik. Unfortunately, the odds are shifted way one way. But that's the way it was earlier in the evening, and Oralby was a favorite over Wells, and then Wells freaking ninja choked him. That was crazy. He has a lot in the past, but I mean, is he 39 or 40 years old, and he's been very up and down recently. So I don't know. It's a tough one for sure. Huh. Yeah. 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 It's tough. All right. Well, I'll let you go. All right. Talk to you after these fights. Bye. All right. So David is betting on Ribovics by a finish, by knockout or TKO. I just think Ribovics is going to win. I'm not sure how he'll do it. All right, let's go back here. Looked at this one. All right, so let's go back and look at Ribovics. 15-3, much younger fighter. Who do we say he's coming off a fight with? A loss to Gamrot. Yeah. Wins over Elvis Brenner. Split decision loss there. Went over Daniel Zellhuber's tough as heck. Was that that was the crazy fight at the Sphere. I believe that was fight of the night. KO'd Terrence McKinney. What did we say recently for Edson Barbosa? Coming off of 3 straight losses. So the Lerone Murphy fight, that would have been a 145, right? Close and Jalen Turner, both at lightweight. I mean, he had 2 good wins there. Yeah, 145, that was way too big of a cut for him this late in his career. Oh, what's the time the fights start? Where the main card is going right now. I don't know what, the first fight of the main card, right? Answer him in the chat just in case he doesn't hear it. First fight of the main card. All right, thanks for the comment. One comment in chat so far tonight. All right, UFC BJJ coming up on the 20th. What day are we at? 15th. Oh, somebody. Quit.
Come on in.
Right. Waiting for this fight to start.
They're at capacity. They sold like 170 out of 200 tickets. Hi, dogs. Hi, everybody. Hi.
All right. Fighters have not started to head to the cage.
Also, you need your clothes.
All right. Showing highlights for the main event.
They'll change clothes wherever. In my house, they drop trout, like they go through, like they'll go change in the backyard, get in the pool, get out of the pool, take off their clothes, put on their clothes, like put on itself, like put their swimsuits and towels outside, just lay them outside.
Waiting for these first fighters to head to the cage.
It's 20 times a day. It's before two. Good? Sit down. I don't have enough arms. That's why I said I knocked there. I was like, I'm not gonna knock. I'll just use the door.
Right. So one interesting stat: Robertson's opponents in this weight class have all been pretty much on losing streaks.
Waiting for the door to close, waiting for the door. Like I'm thinking of myself, I'm like, close the door behind you. Right? See the door close. Okay.
Still no movement to the cage for the first main card fight. Highest submission rate in UFC history. All right, here we got Edson Barbosa in the back here.
All right, we need to do a little bit more. Yes. Oh, that's good stuff. Right there and right there. There we go. Oh, yeah.
Oh, settle down, Ivar. Ivar! Dog's jumping up on company. All right, now you're a good boy. That's it.
That means I get to get up,
Right.
and touch
it.
up.
Good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good dog.
Oh.
All right. Still, I don't know what the delay is here in starting this first fight of the main card. 15 minutes into the broadcast, and fighters are still in the back warming up, so what is going on? Where's my...
Also, all my doggies, all like their puppets. Oh, like, yeah, see, look at you. Armpit wraps.
Oh, so David bet Ivar quit.
All right, boss. I think you're the boss. Hold on. Greg.
It's crazy. He's got the strength of the two of these in that tiny frame.
That's fine. Yeah. Put your shit outside today.
What is the delay? I don't get it. Not like we just had a brutal knockout or anything. I don't know what's going on here. Is it a production thing? Is it something with the commission? Why the huge delay? Okay. Starting to show an interview with Edson Barbosa, and English feed is not back on. Matt Horwich, former UFC fighter, said almost fight time. I like when they're earlier as long as I know, but they're not earlier. That's just 7.
Okay, I hope so.
5th ever Twister, but it's not the same Twister. Scottish Twister.
All of you folks.
That was crazy, guys, man.
He's on you.
All right. Are we getting ready for a fighter to actually come to the octagon? Oh, we got music playing. Finally.
I went to I had a buddy that he used to be Honda's like sales manager.
Very popular entrance music song here.
Paperwork department. Team little thing, like smaller than Whitney. She was training to be a cage fighter.
Looks like here comes Ribovix.
So we went to Albuquerque.
Finally.
First fight. She ran she ran the whole fight. Let's come out. Bloody black and blue. Hannah, this was 2 years ago. Hannah something, I don't remember her last name. But so she had like.
Don't you want to be home for the main event?
We had second row seats. We were right behind the judges. With her.
What's it? Hannah.
She had so many seats, so she just gave them to us.
What's her last name? Schaefer or or Clayton?
I got the Tito thing. I met her before. Yes, sir. Thank you for having a good match.
Ribovix looks focused. This guy is a crazy fighter. 3rd highest significant strike rate in UFC lightweight history. 7 knockouts, 5 submissions, awarded UFC contract on Dana White's Contender Series Season 6 back in 2022. It sounds familiar, but I'm trying to think. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
This is how she normally. That's her little way. Like that's how she normally looks. And they braid her hair, her stuff.
I think she did train at Golden Fights.
How was that her way?
Let me see. I think I know who you're talking about.
So that's her way.
I think she was in my.
I said,
man, I'm not sure.
Just 2 years ago.
I'm not sure. I think she was in my kickboxing class at the end of Golden Fights.
That's what she normally looks like.
I think I'm friends with her on Facebook. I think she was one of my students at Golden Fight. Well, that means she trained at the other gym since.
Yeah,
Golden Fight shut down. So probably Grand Valley Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
She did, yeah, she was a lot of kickboxing.
Yeah, with Cameron.
Yeah,
Cameron was
one of her coaches.
Yeah, Cameron was one of my students.
Looking dude?
Shaved head, beard, lots of tattoos.
She had a real old man, like Mr. Miyagi looking old Hispanic dude. I forget his
I bet
name.
that's Oscar.
Oscar.
Yep.
So they all flew down.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't even know she had fought. That's crazy. It's like she had just started when I was teaching still at Golden Fights.
And then we did, so Rebel was the name of the venue. Real cool place. I guess Albuquerque's like the one of the largest.
Yeah, they've got some big name gyms down there.
Oh yeah.
What the heck? We got another
It's a
commercial
huge
break.
feeder for, I guess, like the nation's largest feeder venue
for the UFC.
Yeah, I learned a whole lot.
All right, thanks for joining us, guys. We're doing our live stream. We got 4 more people popped on here. Sorry, I'm talking to the people online for the fights. But yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I had no idea that she fought.
That was my first live fight. Like I said,
Cool.
we were second row. They're like, the judges are right here. We're right next to them. Just
I got to go a long time ago. Me and my dad and my friend Stan went to fights over in Utah. We paid like $30 a piece for ringside tickets, and there were a bunch of fighters that fought in the UFC. It was awesome. Jeremy Horn was there, and Tsuyoshi Kosaka, who fought for the belt, and then Kosaka had Maurice Smith in his corner, who was UFC champion.
wow.
It was way cool, and we like sitting right at ringside. So when they'd walk up, I'd talk to them. I'm like, "Hey, Jeremy, how's it going?" It was so funny because Jeremy Horn looked at me and goes, "Hey, Chris, how you doing?" Like he thought I was somebody named Chris. I'm like, "All right, yeah, I'm doing good." And then years later, I met him and actually got to train with him. Like, "Yeah, I met you at Rings USA a few years ago, and you looked at me and said, 'Hey, Chris, how's it going?'" I'm like, "That's my dad's name, and he was there, but he didn't say hi to you. I did. I don't know. It was weird, but it was funny. But yeah, it was a really cool experience to get to go to that one. And I haven't really been to any other live fights other than when I was fighting or I was coaching somebody. So that's the only time I've ever gone as a spectator to any fight ever, I think. I guess we went to like one Tough Man forever ago.
I've been in 2 fights, but that one being the biggest one. And it was fun. It was super fun to be able to like walk right up, sit down in my seat, second row. Yeah, no, Hannah got beat up pretty good.
Did she? Darn it.
But she stuck it out.
It's tough when you're going to a place like Albuquerque for your first fight. That's rough.
And there were some good fights. It was great to watch. It was cool to watch. Yeah, they did the ladies first. They had 3 rounds of ladies and then 5 rounds of guys, five male fights.
Cool. All right, first fight, main card. We got Edson Barbosa versus Ribovics. I'm going for Ribovics in this one. He is the heavy favorite. I hate picking the favorites all the time, but maybe later on I'll be picking underdogs in the card. We'll see. All right, we're on. Oof. Both fighters open with low kicks, but Ribovics really set his up with a beautiful left hook to the head.
Yeah, I fought probably 20 times growing up, just like, kids. You get into scuffles and stuff.
Good low kicks still by Barbosa. Thanks for joining us tonight on Wolverine MMA live stream. And watching the first fight of the main card of UFC 330.
Street fighting karate.
Where'd you learn that? Who'd you train with?
Baki, Fruta.
With Gene Cahalan?
Yeah, with Gene. Yeah.
Did I know you back then?
I was a kid.
I was a kid out there. How old are you? How old are you now?
I was like 14.
Man, I was out there.
I was like 14.
I was one of the.
14 to 17 when I was.
Yeah, I trained with Gene forever. Yeah.
Did you do when they went to Denver, did the challenge? I didn't fight in the tournament. Jacob, my brother did. Jacob. He made it to the third round, and dude kicked him in the nuts so hard that he fucking dropped.
I got punched in the throat. If you were there, you saw me get punched. I got punched in the throat in the first match, and then I had because I then punched.
My brother's like this, and he was fighting a dude a foot taller.
Yeah,
and
I punched the
third round. Dude.
Yeah, that was crazy. None of us were really prepared for that style fighting. But I got punched in the throat in the first match, and then I punched the guy in the face immediately after that. Well, they didn't call a penalty for him punching me in the throat because only one judge saw it. Everybody saw me punch him in the face, so I got a half-point penalty. Lost on that half-point penalty, even though like the guy was running from me the whole match. And so then, yeah. So then I did the second fight. The guy was like not as strong as the first guy, and I was still same thing. He would just back out of the ring, back out of the ring, back out of the ring, and then finally like my throat swelled shut and I couldn't breathe. And I like just stood there like and the guy just stepped in and did a takedown and threw me down. I didn't get back up. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. My throat's swollen shut. Yeah, it was not good. So I sat there the rest of the day with an ice pack, and then I saw that guy. That dude got kicked in the face his next match, and his nose just got flattened.
Oh yeah, I've never.
Oh, it was brutal. Yeah, that's crazy. You were there.
Yeah.
That is so wild. And your brother's name was what?
Jacob.
Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob. Yeah, but yeah.
Well, the guy I was talking about that I went to the fights with was Stan Martineau. Did you know Stan?
All the Martineaus.
Yeah, Stan, and then who else was? Carl was the same age as me, and Stan was a year older.
And then then there's Sean is my age, so they're the two older.
Yeah.
Because you're what, 45, 46?
Yeah, something like that. I don't even keep track anymore. I'm old, but.
So and then Sean is my age, and then he's got there's like 6 boys and 2 girls.
Yeah, there was.
I know all of them are.
I'm trying to think of all the rest of the guys.
They're all Fruit Mormons.
Yeah.
And my parents are Mormon, so I grew up going to church. And,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was friends with all those guys, and we all trained there. I trained when they had the gym on Main Street, and then when they moved to when he moved it to the garage behind the ex-wife's house, which was awkward as heck, because like they wouldn't talk to each other. I would show up and I would be the intermediate between Carol, his ex-wife, and him, because she didn't want to talk to him, so she'd tell me stuff, and I'd tell him, and then he'd say something, and they were in the same room. I'm like, this is so weird.
It was so cool seeing his grandpa or whatever to come over from Japan. We watched him kick through 3 baseball bats, right? And I was like,
oh, Shihan Nanomiya up there.
Yeah.
He was awesome.
He wrecked it. I was like,
hey guys, lost focus, reminiscing. But Ribovix appears to be winning because poor Barboza is bleeding from all around the eye and nose. That's so crazy. I've known Jet all these years and didn't realize I knew him when we were kids. Oh, Barboza falls down, and we're about to have a nope, not a first round stoppage. He's gonna make it to the bell. Wow. Ribovix definitely won that round, even though I wasn't paying attention. It's pretty obvious. I was paying attention to the beginning and the very end of the round. All right. Some guys got distracted, but that's wild. Oh, they're going to stop this fight. His shin is like busted open big time. They may stop this fight. He's all beat up. He's got a massive gash in his shin. I don't know. He's probably going to continue, but his corner should really think about. His corner should probably think about stopping this fight. Well, it's not as bad as it looked, but if there's a knockdown, his corner should stop the fight. Barbosa's corner should definitely come in and try to stop this fight. Throw in the towel if he takes much more damage. Guy's been in so many wars in his career. All right.
Broke all 4 of those once. One time, right? No, it was my right hand. And right-handed, that was. I was like half.
Ribovix does not appear to have a mark on him. Ribovix lands another strong left hand. Barbosa comes back with a 1-2.
Today at the top of that intake, I was just like, nervous too much. I'm nervous.
Oh, good uppercut by Ribovix. Ribovix fighting from both stances also. This could be over pretty soon. Ribovix should go to the body some too. Oh man. And referee comes in and stops it gracefully. All right, graciously, I guess you would say. Good call by the referee. He had taken so much damage. I really hope we see him take off the gloves and retire here. He's taken enough over a very long UFC career.
They're all glad to be there. They all love it.
Just the beating he took from Justin Gaethje is more than most people take in their entire career. All right. So I called Ribovix in this one. I'm calling Abdul Malik in the next fight. Then let's look at Turner versus Fernandez right now. All right, Turner versus Fernandez. I gotta scroll up here. Jalen Turner. And then
give something to get out of
okay.
it.
Scroll up. All right, Fernandez. Let's look at Fernandez first. We know a little bit about the tarantula. Fernandez, 11-2, 31 years old. This is a lightweight fight. 3-fight winning streak. Oh, he's the dude that broke Harry Hardwick's leg.
Come on, let's talk about this. Let's work through this. There's other ways to express our anger.
Is that the right guy? Am I thinking of the? I believe this is the guy. Yeah.
Oh, I heard.
Dude that got his jaw broken and he got his leg broken in his first fight. Rough start to Harry Hardwick's career. Broken leg and then a broken jaw. Has a win over Guram Kutakaladze. A unanimous decision. TKO over Muhammad Yahya by TKO. Lost to Mark Diakasi by split decision. And that was his first fight in the UFC. So 3-1 with 2 TKO finishes, 1 decision, and 1 loss by a split decision. So obviously a close fight. And let's look at Jalen Turner. Coming off a win over the fighter we just see get beat, Edson Barbosa, by a TKO in December of last year. Lost by a triangle choke to Ignacio Bahamondes. Whoa, sorry. Then also lost to Moicano, but had that brutal knockout out over King Green prior to that. 2 split decision losses to 2 of the very best, Dan Hooker and Matthias Gamrot. Nothing really, you can't say much about split decision losses. I mean, it was just razor close. Matt Frivola, he lost to by unanimous decision way back in the day. Lost to Vicente Luque. Obviously, that's up at 170. All right.
Until they hate each other.
All right. Have a good one, Jed. That's so crazy that we were at those fights and that we both trained out there. Yeah, that's wild. I had no idea. That is crazy. So I know you guys probably only caught half that conversation, but it's kind of funny. My neighbor that lives down the street from us, father to one of my son's friends, known him for years just from living in the neighborhood with him, but apparently we trained at the same karate school out in Fruita at the same time, and probably sparred with him and his brother back in the day, a long time ago. But I mean, that would have been long-haired me without a beard, so I looked a little different. Still had the Viking look because I had the hair on the top and nothing on the sides and back. But okay, so back to what we were talking about. The fights here. So Turner 15-9, never won by decision. 100% finishing rate in his 15 fights. He's only lost by decision, 4 KOs, and Edson Barboza is in fact taking off the gloves. He's crying. It's a rough one, man. He has been in some of the craziest wars in UFC history. Is getting a standing ovation from the crowd. That's awesome. Cool for him. What a career, man. What did I say? He'd been fighting in the UFC since 2010 or something like that. Yeah, this guy gave us some of the most amazing fights. I believe he's the first fighter to have 2 wins by spinning wheel kick. I mean, crazy. And that war with Justin Gaethje, that probably was kind of the turning point in his career. We'd have to go back and look, but we can do that right now because Edson Barboza's name is right here. Let's look really quick. Let's see. Was he, doing pretty? I feel like he was, having a higher win ratio before that Justin Gaethje fight. Well, I mean, look at the guys he fought. Beat Anthony Pettis, Gilbert Melendez, Beneil Dariush. None of those were easy fights. Had a win over Paul Felder. Lost to Michael Johnson. Lost to Tony Ferguson by a submission. Beat King Green way back in the day. Evan Dunham. That is just an insane career. Started out in the UFC all the way back in November of 2010. Had a 4-fight win streak, including Ross Pearson and Anthony Njokuani, brother of Chidi, who we just saw fight, and the spinning wheel kick KO over Terry Edom. Didn't he have another one? I know he landed that kick on several other guys, and they stayed standing, but man, what an insane career. He's fought everybody in like 3 different weight classes, because one of those fights, I believe, was at 170. And he fought at 145 a bunch. Crazy career. But back to Jalen Turner versus Fernandez. Oh, man. This is another tough one to pick. Fernandez coming off of how many wins? 3 straight wins. Split decision loss prior to that. This one's pretty tough to call. This guy have a lot of submissions. Not in the UFC. No submissions in the UFC. 2 submissions his whole career. 6 knockouts. 3 decisions. I am going to go with Jalen Turner. I don't know. Let's see who the odds favorite is here. I'm going with Jalen Turner regardless of what the odds say. Maybe I'll actually pick an underdog here. Okay. So Jalen Turner. This is pretty even odds on that fight. Of course, Mansour Abdul Malik, huge favorite in this next one. Who's Malik fighting again? Stolfuz. And I keep looking back at these fights. Seven knockouts, 2 decisions.
Did you know at Cricket you can get a single line unlimited plan for just $35 a month? Seriously? Yep, tell all your friends. That's like you're on Cricket.
That's never happened.
Right.
Yeah. That's extra.
Watch live, shop live. On eBay Live.
All right. So I'm going Mansour Abdul Malik in this next fight and Jalen Turner in the one after that. Once that fight's over, I will give you my pick for the co-main event. Viewers kind of dropped off a little bit, but I was talking a bunch of non-UFC stuff. How does it feel like Ian Gary's kid isn't aging? I think he's been the same age since Ian Gary came to the UFC. All right, come on. Oh, come on, let's get to the next fight. Eric Nixick is Abdul Malik's coach. Same coach as Sean Strickland, I believe. Get a couple of those coaches from Las Vegas mixed up. Oh. Why are they dragging this out so much, man? You got 2 5-round fights coming up, and I feel like they took forever to get that first fight going, and now it's 7:46, and we're still not to the second fight of the main card. Yeah, I think Stolfa's going to have his hands full on this one. 16-8 against a guy with only 1 defeat. Keep going back to these fights, but lost his last fight. But yeah, to Bulgari, that's right. Yusuri Bulgari. That guy is going to be a problem for a lot of fighters. Only loss of his entire career is a training partner of Alex Pereira, who actually has a win over Alex Pereira in kickboxing. I believe Pereira came back and beat him 2 times after that, but dude is good, and he's always in there training with Alex Pereira. If you're just joining us on Rumble or Kick, we're watching UFC 330. We're getting ready for Abdul Malik versus Stolfas. Second fight of the main card. I'm going Abdul Malik. I know he's the favorite. I hate always picking the favorite, but sometimes you gotta. Oh. So he had a win on the Contender Series against Joe Pyfer, but he threw Joe Pyfer down. Joe Pyfer landed on his arm, broke his arm. So yes, he won the fight, but I don't know. If Pyfer hadn't landed on his arm, he probably could have come back in that fight. Yeah, this dude's an animal. This guy has a lot of power and a lot of strength. I would like to go back and watch that fight with Bulgari. I don't remember it. It's kind of crazy. They show an ad or just we'll be right back on the English feed while they're showing highlights of the fighters on the split screen. Oh. Did they just say these guys are teammates? I hate it when that happens. It sucks that so many of the top fighters train with each other, and then so many of them have the same manager. Right. Yeah, odds are pretty even for the Jalen Turner Fernandez fight. Islam Makhachev, huge favorite over Ian Gary. Mackenzie Dern, huge favorite over Jillian Robertson. All right. Getting ready for Mansour Abdul Malik is at cage side, fighting Dustin Stolfus. And we did find out that these guys have trained together some. Stolfus knows how dangerous Malik is. Abdul Malik. Right. No new comments. New platform. $28 for Abdul Malik and 34 for Stolfus. 9-1-1. Huge favorite for Mansour Abdul Malik. Coming out of Germany. But he trains in Las Vegas. Hello. No, you're not out loud. Why? Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, geez. That's wild. Huh. Up, up, up. I'm getting ready for this fight here. That's uh you should call your mom. Tell her. All right, getting ready for this fight here. All right, I'll let you go. Bye. Now, question is, guy with 100% finish rate, is he gonna be any hesitant because this is a guy he trained with? Hopefully not. I don't think he will be. Take it off the speaker, Mama, because what he's saying I don't want picked up. Oh, never mind. Oh, Malik lands a couple good shots. Stolfus did throw a shot back there. Yeah, I think Malik's going to get a knockout by the second round here. Good front kick to the body by Malik. Just getting ready to come back in with big hands again, I think, here. Any second, he's going to explode forward. Nothing on that kick by Stolfus. Oh, body shot and back up to the head. Stolfus comes back with a few punches of his own. Low kick. Weak letting Stolfus have a little bit of ring control there for a second. Now, oh, steps forward and throws a big left hand, but Stolfus answers. Yeah, big difference in the power on those kicks. Stolfus goes for a takedown, and Malik trying to get back up. Break that grip. Trying to turn in. Right. Knee there. The referee's got to watch this close to make sure those are legal. Right. Oh, Malik gets separation. Stolfus throwing some punches on him up against the fence. Oh, big head kick by Malik. Yeah, he's calling an eye poke off of a toe to the eye. I was wondering about that the other day because we see so many fingers to the eye, but you never hear anybody say, oh, I got a toe in the eye. That's part of the foot, and you're getting kicked with it. So I don't think you can ever like call an eye poke for a toe in the eye. Otherwise, I would have had a couple times in fights where I took toes to the eye. Big toe in a national kickboxing title fight, and another kickboxing title fight, I took a side kick to the eye, and the guy's little toe went right in my eye and knocked my contact lens out. Ooh, these guys are trading. Oh, Malik goes solid. So the punches by Stolfus have decent power. Oh, Stolfus gets a big takedown on Malik. Wow, Abdul Malik needs to scramble back up, and now he's in full mount. Looking for an arm. Oh, this is not good. Not good at all here. This is very bad. Oh, now he's going for the rear naked choke. Oh my gosh. Huge favorite Malik. Having a rough time with the massive underdog Stolfus. Trying to stand up with him on his back. Grabs the leg. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's the horn. Round 1 ends. Malik survives, but that was not good. Now the question is, does he get discouraged or does he come out and really, really try to knock him out in round 2? This is crazy. Oh, man. You need to stop the takedowns, number 1. Big takedown by Stolfus. Oh, man. All right. All right. A couple seconds behind on that timer. Okay, so yeah, Malik needs to stay away from the grappling and he needs to land those power shots and try to put Stolfus out.
Honestly, she's never tried to be alone. She doesn't want to be alone. Yeah, that's why I want to make
Come on. Oh. Oh. Yeah, big clash of heads there that was not caught by the referee. All right. Oh, Malik with some big shots. Hurts Stolfus. Stolfus gets in on a takedown. But Malik does have a wizard here. Don't grab that fence. At the no-nonsense Keith Peterson. Is he going to get out of this? Looks like he's going to get out of it. Got to pull yourself. Get out of that.
But now she's saying there was nothing between them.
Oh! Nice move by Malik, but I don't know. Oh. He is getting on top here. And reaching back around the head. Turn into him. Nice. Nice move by Malik. Saw that leg was there and just grabbed it. Slammed him down, gets on top. Now Stolfus is in a bad way. This could end up being a... I don't think you want this dude on top of you. He's got a lot of power. Just joining us on Rumble, we're watching Abdul Malik versus Stolfus. Second fight of the main card, UFC 330. Malik got the momentum back. Stolfus got back up to his feet, though. Oh, 100% finishing rate. Malik needs a finish. I feel like. I don't think he's the type of guy that's going to win by a decision. Defends the takedown again. But he's got to need separation and to land those big shots. Try to finish Stolfus. Because I don't know if he's going to have the cardio to go into round 3 with him. Spinning back elbow by Stolfus. Good knee to the body by Abdul Malik. It's been a pretty wild fight, man. Front kick by Malik. Starting to push him back again. Oh, Stolfus back in on a single. And Abdul Malik defends, but he eats a couple shots. Oh. Man, this is some crazy stuff. Stolfus, hanging tough, man. Oh, no. Oh, he's looking for a guillotine. Doesn't have good position here to finish this from side control. Yeah, he's going to take top position. Just got his knee across his shin across his throat from top. Oh, man. Abdul Malik in a bad spot. We've seen both guys have had moments, but, man, Stolfus has the momentum on his side once again. Oh, Abdul Malik trying to stand up. Got to defend that rear naked choke at the same time, though. Oh, man. Dang. Wow. Oi. Well, that was a rough one. Underdog gets it done. Dang it. That's crazy, man. That was crazy. Huge underdog gets a big win. What's wrong, Ragnar? Right. Eddie Alvarez in the crowd. Frankie Edgar. We got some of the all-time greats there.
Got some of my gum the other day.
All right, getting ready for the next fight of the night. Jalen Turner versus Xiao Fernandez. Going with Jalen Turner in this one.
I haven't even that. Nice. What about? Why did I keep in my locker? I have my locker so stuck.
All right. That was a good fight. Yes, it was. Welcome back, iGrow Fighting. That was definitely a good fight. Very back and forth. Another underdog gets a big win tonight. Right. What do you think of the fights? What do you think of the rest of the fights so far tonight? Seen some crazy finishes on Ninja Choke and another Scottish Twister. I did not think that he would win with that. That was crazy. All right. Man, that's going to be a great fight. Did the boys leave? Oh. Text Jed and make sure they make it there. All right. iGrow Fighting, what did you think about some of these crazy finishes we've seen. Mainly, let's look here. I'm calling Jalen Turner in this next one. So I called Ribovix. So I'm 1-1 on my main card picks so far tonight. I'm calling Turner in this next one. And I do believe I'm going with Mackenzie Dern in the co-main event. Yes, Jillian Robertson has wins over girls who have beaten Mackenzie Dern. Let's look at that really quick. Get Mackenzie Dern up on this side. Cal Hernandez, I guess how you pronounce his name. All right, so we have Mackenzie Dern 16-5. Let's look. So she has a loss to Amanda Lemos. Like I said, the Jessica Andrade fight, that was when she was not training with Jason Perillo. She has a loss to Marina Rodriguez. So look at Jillian Savage Robertson. She has a win over Amanda Lemos, who beat her and didn't. I thought she had the win over. I swore I saw a video earlier today saying that she had a win over another girl who had beaten her, but I don't. Pierre Rodriguez? Nah. She lost to Lemos. Shannon. Marina Rodriguez. I don't think she ever fought. That was the one. She lost to Robertson. Yeah, wait a second. When was that? May of 2025. How come I didn't just see that on the record? I'm losing my mind or something here. Yes. Her last two wins are over girls who have beaten Mackenzie Dern. Amanda Lemos and Marina Rodriguez have both beaten her by unanimous decision. And did she finish both those girls? No, she had a TKO over Rodriguez. That was, yeah, she crushed her on the ground. So that's where that takedown ability of her comes into play, where not as good at takedowns by Mackenzie Dern, which is what we saw in Ultimate Fighter when she was training with fighters who aren't even in the UFC yet. So it does give me a little bit of a pause picking her. Like I said last night, when I started out that video, I was 75% for Mackenzie Dern, and it dropped down to 60% because of the takedown ability of Jillian Robertson. The issue is, if she gets her on the ground, what can she do to Mackenzie Dern? Can Mackenzie Dern submit her off her back? I just don't see her being able to pass her guard. She could potentially sit in her guard and ground and pound, but is that going to put her at risk of being submitted by Mackenzie Dern? But standing up, I feel like it goes to Mackenzie Dern. She's got a little bit more power and a little bit better striking. Even though she tends to get a little sloppy, we don't see a lot of good stand-up from Jillian Robertson. She wants to get the fight on the ground. So, yeah, this is going to be another very interesting fight. So, yeah. Going with Turner in the fight, getting ready to happen right now. And then go on Dern here. And waiting till that fight is over. I'll give you my main event pick when the co-main concludes. All right, if you're just joining me on Kick, we are watching UFC 330. We are on the third to last fight. Turner versus Fernandez. Fernandez at the cage right now. I am going with Turner in this one, but this is a odds have this close, and I do feel it is a pretty close fight. But Turner, we've seen stop some really, really tough guys. Knockout Bobby Green. Who else? All right. I'm going with Dern in the co-main event. Turner in this one. Who are some of those knockouts? Jalen Turner. TKO of Edson Barbosa, who just saw fight and retire. Lost to Amandas by a submission. Got TKO'd. Oh, on the ground by Renato Moicano. Brutal knockout victory over Bobby King Green. 2 split decisions to Dan Hooker and Mateus Gamrot. Can't hold those two against him. 2 really good fighters. Knocked out Jamie Malarkey and submitted Brad Riddle. Submitted Uros Medic, who we just saw fight. It was in 2021. Is that Medic's last loss or only loss? 14-3. He's got 3 losses. Now he lost to Soriano also. So, yeah, that's interesting. Jalen Turner submitted him. Huh. I haven't had the rankings up tonight, so let's go ahead and pull those up really quick here. UFC rankings. And we are going lightweight, but we want... All right, Gaethje ranked number 1, Arman ranked number 2. Or no, what am I saying? Gaethje is the champ. Ilya ranked number 1. Arman Sarukian getting ready to fight against Mauricio Houfi. Benoit Saint-Denis just lost Paddy Pimblett. Well, Salkid just won last week, even though it seems like it was 2 weeks ago. So, we got more people popping up on Kick. Thanks for joining me. Doing kind of a watch along here. I'm giving my commentary, my picks for UFC 303. I am picking Jalen Turner in this fight coming up. Talking about lightweight rankings. Moicano is ranked number 11. Dan Hooker ranked number 10 and number 9. Those are 2 guys who have beaten, well, actually, I said Gamrot, Hooker, and Moicano all have wins over Jalen Turner, and they're all ranked from 11 to 9. Saul Killed. Who do you want to see Saul Killed fight? I know they're talking Benoit Saint-Denis. I like Cool Saul Killed versus Paddy Pimblett. 2 guys with good stand-up. I think Saul Killed's technically better in the stand-up, but Paddy does stuff, and it seems to work even though it doesn't look very technical. It works for him. Max Holloway probably not fighting anytime soon. Also, Charles Oliveira, after his training partner just passed away, probably not fighting anytime soon. You got Sarukian versus Mauricio Houfi. Houfi taking this fight instead of Charles Oliveira. And they're saying the winner gets Gaethje. I'd really like to see Sal killed in some sort of title eliminator fight. And what's next for Ilya Topuria? If Paddy and Ilya don't fight, then I want to see Quillen, Sal killed, and Paddy fight. More of you guys popping up on Rumble. Thank you for joining me. It's been a pretty good stream across all of the platforms. 3 fights to go. Yeah, I feel good for Jalen Turner winning this fight. But here we go. Jason Herzog is the referee. Here we go. Round number 1. Waiting on the referee here, and we're on. All right. Third to last fight of the night. Jalen Turner has shown big-time knockout power, so much so that he scares himself. Good low kicks by Fernandez early. Fernandez, kind of moving around the outside of the cage here. But Jalen Turner, I didn't see the reach. Probably has a pretty good reach advantage. Oh, drops him. And it's done. It's done. Wow. Jalen Turner scores a huge knockout early in the first round, in the first 45 seconds. So if you bet on that one, you got a little bit of money back. Will you bet on a knockout? Wow. So what do you guys think? Jalen Turner, what was Jalen Turner's last fight prior to this? Edson Barbosa lost to Bahamondes prior to that. And to Moicano. Is there somebody down low in the top 15 you'd like to see Jalen Turner fight next? Oh, we're on the wrong side here. Manuel Torres. Benil Dariush. I don't want to see that for Benil. Tom Nolan. Rafael Fiziev. Looked really good his last fight. They haven't fought, have they? I don't think they have. That's the fight. I'm calling that one. Rafael Fiziev. That would also be a good one for Chonko. Rafael Fiziev or Jalen Turner versus Chonko. No, he is not fought Fiziev. Yeah, I would like to see Fiziev versus Jalen Turner. Chonko versus Jalen Turner. Chonko versus Fiziev. Has he fought Drew Dober? Not fought Drew Dober. Hasn't fought Drew Dober. And the English feed just froze. Just went to loading. I don't know if that's something technical on my end. Whoa.
That I need to stay out of it.
What is going on? All right, we're coming back, I guess. That was weird. And Jalen Turner never fought against Drew Dober. Yeah, I just named quite a few fights I'd like to see. Jalen Turner, Drew Dober, Chonko, Rafael Fiziev. Any combination of those 4 guys. I like those fights. 3 viewers right now on Kick. All right, co-main event coming up. And I am calling that one for the current champ, Mackenzie Dern. I do feel like this fight was put together for her to win. Where Robertson is strongest is where Dern is stronger. Where Robertson is weak, the stand-up, Dern is stronger. The only advantage, the size for Robertson and the takedown ability. Those are the 2 things going for Robertson in this fight. Now, do we have Let's look around, look up here and see on our slides. We got some stats here. TKOs, KOs. Jillian Robertson has 3, and none for Mackenzie Dern. Submissions 8 for Mackenzie Dern, 9 for Jillian Robertson. Jillian Robertson, I do believe, has been in the UFC longer. She's been in 2 different weight classes. So a lot of those wins were against girls that are way bigger than Mackenzie Dern. So that does play in her favor, I believe. Takedown accuracy, 40%. Interesting, 48%. So this is where we talk about how Mackenzie Dern is very wild on her striking. So Jillian Roberts throws a lot less, I believe. Yes, strikes landed per minute is way lower for Jillian Robertson. Takedown defense, 37 to 38. But accuracy is where we see the huge difference. Twelve and 13. Raul Rosas Jr. getting ready to fight Honey Barras. They're not saying what Diego Lopez is doing next, but rumor has it he's going to 155 and potentially fighting Charles Oliveira when he comes back. Good matchup for the BMF belt. I like that. Does he have the submission defense, takedown defense to hang with him? That's what's going to be very interesting. Co-main event coming up. End of the co-main, I'll give you. They're warming up right now. So she has the most submissions in division history, but I think this young lady has the most submission in women's fighting history. Hasn't shown great stand-up skills. It's funny that she represents Canada, even though she was just born there and grew up in Florida, I believe. It cracks me up when I see fighters representing other countries, but they've spent their entire careers their entire life in other places. All right, I'm gonna mute my mic for a second and take this call because it's my daughter. All right, sorry guys. All right, a few more of you popped on. We're getting ready for the co-main event of the evening. You can see it on your screen right now. Jillian Robertson versus Mackenzie Dern. I am going with Mackenzie Dern, but I do think when I first started my breakdown last night, I was 75% sure that Mackenzie Dern would win after watching the fights and I've watched their fights. I didn't watch the fights on the breakdown, but looking at the records, looking at these stats and the takedown accuracy for Jillian Robertson compared to the takedown accuracy of Mackenzie Dern, it really makes you wonder, does Robertson have more of a chance than we're giving her? And that's why I went from 75% sure that Mackenzie Dern would win to 60%. So I definitely feel this fight is much, much closer than I thought it was initially. Just joining us, what do you think of the fight so far tonight? If one comment from iGrow Fighting said that was a good fight, referring to the fight 2 fights ago, Stolfas versus Abdul Malik. Stolfas was a heavy underdog and got the stoppage on Malik by a rear naked choke, I believe. No, by strikes on the ground, I think. No, it was a rear naked choke. I almost choked him unconscious. Sorry. It's been a crazy week. The fights last week feel like they were 2 or 3 weeks ago. I had to look back and see what fight was last week. All right. But we are getting ready for the co-main, and then we got the big fight for the welterweight title. You guys have any predictions for me? Love to hear them. I'm not going to advertise the stream anymore because I've gotten quite a few people in and out tonight. Oh, all right. And we do have Volkanovski versus Voliev, sorry, October 24th. So Peter Yan versus Marab. So we got 2 title fights on that card. Kavanaugh versus Ramazan Tamarov. Oh, I missed what that last one was. Volkov versus Rizin Kuniev, and Arnold Allen versus Aaron Pico. Wow. I thought they said Aaron Pico was fighting somebody else, but yeah, that's a good matchup. Grant Dawson. Huh. Interesting. Krylov's coming back so soon after getting his jaw jacked by Robert Whittaker. So what rankings are they going off? They have her at 4. Which rankings are considered the official rankings? Jillian Robertson, it says 5. Let's go to the meta rankings. And they're going off the meta rankings apparently. I'm so confused on what is official, meta or media. Hang on a second. I'm going to check it out on the actual UFC app on my phone because I think it's only got 1 set of rankings. Let's see. Athletes. Don't give a crap about the pound for pound. Women's strawweight. See, it doesn't, I don't think it's got a way to change it. Okay. See, this shows her at number 5. So that makes me think that the media rankings are the official rankings, but what they just showed on the screen was her ranked number 4. But maybe they're just trying to do that to justify the fact that this fight's happening when she should be fighting Wei Li. No. Jillian Robertson versus Fatima Klein. That would be interesting. Yan Shinan versus Fatima Klein. Suarez versus Klein. That would be a tough one. Yeah, she's got good takedowns. She's choked multiple girls completely unconscious. But she really excels on the ground. We don't see her. I don't know if she's won a fight standing. That was a brutal choke of the girl there, unconscious. Man, it's going to be interesting. So size and takedown advantage definitely goes to Jillian Robertson, which is why I changed my my opinion, to 60% for oh, man. These girls both have some nasty submission skills. What you guys think of the Scottish Twister? Leave something in the chat. Tell me what you thought of that Scottish Twister. 2 times. So we've seen some very rare submissions. Scottish Twisters twice in the last couple months. We saw that, I keep coming back to it, that capsule lock. And then, like I said, if you look back at Ian Gary's fight with Rachmanov, he was actually, I feel like, accidentally caught in the capsule lock and invented his own escape right there on the spot, which makes you think, man, that guy has got some ridiculous fighter IQ, fight IQ, whatever you want to call it. I watched a video earlier, a guy that does odds and props and whatever, talks about the fights and who he thinks gets his predictions, just like what I'm doing now. And he was saying that Ian Gary's fights against wrestlers like Rachmanov and Bilal Muhammad didn't really make you think that he would be able to handle the wrestling of Islam Makhachev. But I feel like Shavkat's right up there. Yes, the fight with Bilal Muhammad, he forgot he was a wrestler in that fight. So I do agree that that one, you know, doesn't give you a real feeling for his wrestling ability. But the one with Shavkat, I mean, he didn't get taken down. Got taken down twice in a 5-round fight and was able to get his back the one time. Was able to escape that crazy capsule lock. It was a really good fight, and he had his moments in that fight. And then if we look at him in the stand-up aspect, look at him against the southpaw, which Islam is. Look at the fight with him versus Carlos Prates. I mean, Prates arguably way better in the striking than Islam Makhachev. Way taller, just way bigger, huge, way better reach advantage. And look at how well Ian Gary did against him. Now, if Ian Gary were to win tonight and have to fight Prates again, I think second time around Prates, I feel like he gets it done. But I mean, everybody probably thought Prates would win the first time, and I do believe Ian Gary took both those fights on short notice and did really well. I mean, beat Prates and was the only guy to actually go the distance with Shavkat. Just joining us over on Kick, I see our viewers popped up a little bit on that one. We're getting ready for the co-main event, Mackenzie Dern versus Jillian Robertson. And looking at these stats for the last couple days, I don't believe the height. When you saw them standing there, do you really think there's an inch difference? Yes, Jillian Robertson had shoes on. They weren't thick-soled shoes. They weren't high heels. And she towered over Mackenzie Dern. She spent half her UFC career at 125 also. Mackenzie Dern has not fought at 125. I do believe she missed weight at one point for 115, but she's always been scheduled at 115. Oh. Does have Jason Perillo in her corner, which I do feel like is a huge advantage. That fight when she did not have her in her corner, have him in her corner, she got smoked by Jessica Andrade. Which is the reason why, you know, you look at that fight and you look at what Wei Li did to Jessica Andrade. I think Wei Li, man, if she were fighting Wei Li, I'd give her a 10% chance of winning. I'm giving her a 60% chance of winning this fight tonight. But we never see Jillian Robertson want to fight on the feet. She always goes for the takedown. Can Mackenzie Dern stop those takedowns? And if Jillian Robertson does get her down, what can she do to her on the ground? Can she land ground and pound? Can she pass her guard? I just don't know. Now, if Mackenzie Dern does get Jillian Robertson down, which their takedown defense is pretty close, 37 for Dern and 38 for Robertson. If Mackenzie Dern gets her down, I do feel like she can pass Jillian Robertson's guard and potentially submit her on the ground from top. It's a lot more difficult to submit somebody off your back, even when you're a specialist at it. Right. What does it say? It says an inch height difference there. I don't buy that. We'll see when they come to the middle of the cage. If we get a good angle, if you can tell who's tall, if there's an inch difference. Look at him against the fence here. So see where her head comes to. I don't know. Maybe the soles on her shoes were thicker than they look. I don't know. If they get up next to each other and they look like it's less than, like it's really just an inch difference, then I would be surprised, because weigh-ins, she just looked like she was towering over her. Something that other guy was saying was that he thought that Verna Jandiroba, how you say her name, that Mackenzie Dern beat for the vacant belt, is better on the ground than Jillian Robertson. I don't know. Now they call her number 5 ranked. So now I'm confused, because they call her number 4 ranked on the other thing. Let's see what number they have by her name when the fight starts here. Ready to start my timer here. Hopefully I get the timer every start of every round. It's 16-5. He just said 18-5. Rare mistake by Bruce Buffer. I'd have to rewind that in here if he said 18. All right. Here we go. All right. See if we can see it. That looks like more than an inch height difference. That looked like the too late. I was gonna ask wifey, but she ain't paying attention. Who's gonna win, Val? Girl with not red or pink or whatever hair. She's going with Mackenzie Dern. I'm going with Mackenzie Dern. Like I said, I feel like there's a 60% chance Mackenzie Dern. She's in the black. She's the champion right now, because she fought for the vacant belt. But I do feel like she's got a lot of advantages in this fight. And we see, and she goes for that takedown. She does not like to fight standing up. This is where Dern, if she can defend those takedowns, is going to have a pretty good advantage. And now she's going for the takedown. I don't know if either girl's going to be able to take the other one down. Oof. Big elbow there by Jillian Robertson. But she's just really, I feel like she's a fish out of water on the feet. Mackenzie, while she's a little wild, has some decent power. Oh, goes for a low single. Needs a little bit of a punch on her way up. I don't know if that landed clean. So far, things are going pretty good for Dern, I would say. She's landing more strikes. Oh. Front kick by Robertson. Oh, that low kick hurt. She's going to get really desperate on the takedowns here. Now, if she can't get it, what does she do? And if she gets worn down enough on the feet, then Dern can take her down and potentially submit her. We got a bunch more people just popped on Rumble. We are watching the main event. So far, Dern doing really good on the feet. Both girls have a... Mackenzie kind of halfway went for a takedown. Robertson has gone for multiple takedowns and gotten stuffed every time. And she just does not look great on the feet. She did get a little bit of an elbow in there at one point, but the striking is way slanted. And Dern goes from striking to a takedown, and now she's got Robertson on her back. In the guard of Robertson. Robertson lands a little bit of an elbow. Looked like it landed on her bun on top of her head there, her hair bun. So, this is going to be interesting. I don't think we see Robertson able to score the submission from here, and I do feel like Dern can pass, and she passes to half. She's got the shoulder pressure. Perfect technique. This is where we see Dern is really very good. When Dern came to the UFC, she was already a world champion at the black belt level, while Robertson was a purple belt when she came to the UFC and has since been promoted to black belt. So the jiu-jitsu is going to be the big difference, and she's already shown she's a better striker. So if Robertson could pull off a takedown and land, Robertson in a bad way here. Elbow in the thigh, trying to get past that half so she can finish this. Oh, did she pass? Nope, she's still in half guard. Robertson struggling to try to get back to full guard here. And she's passing that half. Step back. Oh, now she's got her back. This is really, really bad for Robertson. This could end really soon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it's over. It's over. If she gets out of this, I would be shocked. Was that a tap? Nope. She's kind of got her chin down. Oh my gosh. She's surviving. Giving a thumbs up to the referee. And the bell rang. Made it to the bell, but that was not good. That potentially could be a 10-8 round because that submission was so tight. Huge round for Mackenzie Dern. She needs to land strikes and get a takedown and get on top of Mackenzie Dern and land strikes. I feel like the ground and pound from top position is her best chance of winning this fight. Oh, man. She's just so much better on the ground, though, from top position. Scary. Dang. Round 2 coming up, co-main event. But what does this do to the confidence of Jillian Robertson? Oh, round number 2 is on. Mackenzie Dern in total control of round number 1. Crazy to think that. Oh my gosh. Crazy to think that Robertson has wins over 2 girls who have beaten Dern. I don't think she's bigger and stronger. I think it's just she's got really good takedowns. Maybe on Ultimate Fighter, when we saw her, it looked like she was kind of getting manhandled by these fighters who aren't even in the UFC yet. Maybe she was just working on with them and trying to give them some confidence. Because this, and I know training is always different than fighting. Like that previous fight, I'm sure Stolf was, took some big shots in training with Abdul Malik. And Abdul Malik probably thought this is a gimme fight. And then they get in the cage and it's totally different. We've seen that many times when former training partners go against each other. One guy who won a lot in training gets manhandled in the fight. Volkov versus the other big Russian fighter. That one definitely comes to mind. I'll look for his name here in a minute, or it'll come to me in a second here. So almost a full mount, about quarter guard, but she used that to take her back. My gosh. This poor coach is, poor Dean Thomas. He's not even saying anything. He's just dejected watching his star pupil here fighting for the belt and probably about to get choked out. Man, she's got good defense, but if she gets on top here, and she does, she just got to get that arm out. She does. So this is where I think Jillian Robertson has her best chance. If she can stay on top and stay out of the submissions and land some ground to pound the rest of this round, she can really wear on Mackenzie Dern, because this is where, when Mackenzie Dern has been in bad spots and taken damage, she has a really difficult time coming back from it. She's attacking the leg. She uses this to scramble and get on top. I don't think you're going to submit her by attacking the leg. I generally don't think that's a good idea in an MMA fight. Uh-oh. What's going on here? What in the heck is this? Let's see. But she doesn't have control of anything. She doesn't have an ankle. She's got both ankles away from her, but she is using it to get back on top, which is what I said she needed to do. So that was smart. Rather than stay on her back, that leg attack just set up a reversal for her. She's gonna try it. Don't give up top position for a knee bar, Mackenzie Dern. Don't do it. I don't think that's a good idea. And end of round number 2. Sorry, guys, I got a little quiet there watching the technique. So, yeah, she attacked the leg and used it to get on top and then stayed on top the rest of the round. So, Jillian Robertson's best opportunity there when she escaped that attempted choke and got on top was all for nothing because she didn't stay on top and land the ground and pound she needed. Getting ready for round number 3 of the co-main event. Thus far, Mackenzie Dern has controlled the majority of the action. So Robertson, she really needs to get top position, land ground and pound, not get reversed, and stay on top for a round. Here we go. Round number 3. What is going to happen here? Can Robertson turn things around? Because those are 2 pretty dominant rounds. She did get on top for a little bit, but she wasn't able to stay there. Robertson moving forward with some jabs. She's not comfortable on her feet. And she's not as good as Dern on the ground. Strength, I thought, would be an advantage, being that she fought so much at 125. Dern looks super calm here. This is the Dern we see when she's got Jason Perillo in her corner. At one point she didn't, I don't know why, and it hurt her bad. I still say, even seeing how well she's doing in this fight, Wei Li, horrible matchup for her. She's only pushing forward a little bit here. Oh, she does defend that takedown finally. Yeah, that knee didn't have much. Those uppercuts weren't bad, though. Sometimes those uppercuts from the clinch. She doesn't have the best knees. Yeah, that one wasn't horrible. Underhook in. Another decent knee. She is getting a couple good knees in here. I'll give that to her. But she needs to push Mackenzie into the fence and at least threaten a takedown, land knees to Mackenzie Dern's thighs like she's doing to her right now. So right now, this is not looking very good. Does get out of that clinch, though. A few good jabs by Robertson. Just Mackenzie with a combination. She just misses with a lot of punches. Like, she's throwing them out there just to throw them out there. Keep something in your face, which isn't a bad tactic. She gets, she throws combination and gets a couple in. Good body kick by Dern. Robertson needs to find some success. She has found success in that she did not get taken down, at least. But this isn't going. I'd like to see the strike numbers for this round. Good inside low kick by Robertson there. Number by her name on the screen is number 5. So, going media rankings are the official rankings. I don't know why they showed number 4 and that other graphic. It's Dern slowing down a little bit. Can Robertson pull off a takedown now that she's got Mackenzie thinking stand up? This is a much better round for Robertson. I'd like to see the strike numbers this round, though. Oh, and Mackenzie runs her back down again. Oh, this is getting rough for Robertson. She can't stay there. She needs to find a way to get back up to her feet or reverse her and get on top. But there's only 38 seconds left in the round, and that takedown is going to secure that round for the champion. She's going to pass. Oh, up kicks by Robertson. Oh, and Robertson gives her back again. Keeping the hooks. Too much. Not much time left. Good knee to the body by Dern. Round ends. 3 rounds for Dern. 1 or 2 of those could have been 10-8s. First round could have been a 10-8. Championship fight numbers. Takedown defense 80% for Ian Gary, 91% for Makshev. Of course, he did go to Georgia and work with a bunch of Georgian wrestlers. Strikes landed per minute, hugely slanted towards Ian Gary. Striking accuracy, he throws less strikes, so his percentage is higher. Takedown accuracy, 56-31. Man, it's very interesting. Reach, big 4-inch reach advantage for Ian Machado Gary. Round number 4, championship rounds. So, if you thought this was a fight where she was just going to run through her and finish her, that hasn't happened. I was just talking about Keith Peterson when we were talking to referees last night, and that I hadn't seen him ref as much lately, and here he is reffing tonight. No, had oh. Dang. So this got to be a very dejected Jillian Robertson. I think we could see a submission this round for sure. Giving up her back this early in the round is not good. How does she get out of this position? Caught in that body triangle. Got the lock to the bottom. Oh! Good defense. Oh, she switches the body triangle to the opposite side. That's what you need to do. Still no new comments.
Oh, 18. I was like, that sucks.
Robertson in a bad way with half the round left here, and then the fifth and final round still to come. So we're seeing now, another submission from a body triangle from the back, but kind of limited. You got the rear naked choke, and now we're seeing, people pull off that Scottish twister. But if you're not comfortable and haven't trained it, you have one option here. Submission wise, you can punch the person. Just joining us, watching the co-main event. I did call this one for Mackenzie Dern. I had her at a 60% favorite, and I know it's been pretty much all Dern. I was thinking maybe the wrestling and size advantage for Robertson might come into factor, and it hasn't. She's been taken down every round. She did reverse her and get it on top at one point, and she may do that again. She does. She's got a minute 20, and she needs to get some massive damage in and not get reversed. She's going for an armbar. Can Mackenzie Dern submit Jillian Robertson off her back? Looks like she's defending pretty well here, but in defending now, you're not able to land the strikes. So this sucks. If she could at least get that arm out and land ground and pound to the end of this round. I don't think she's gonna win the round still, but at least do some damage. Well, buddy. Well, Ragnar. The dog is standing here crying. What's up, buddy? You're a very whiny pitbull. Yes, you are. 30 seconds left in the round. Robertson getting a little bit of ground and pound while she's attacking the leg again. At least that was something. I don't think it won her the round, though. Hey, guys, do you want out? What do you want, Ragnar? What's wrong, buddy? Come here. What's wrong? What's wrong with my buddy? He's a good dog. What do you want, buddy? What you want? There's lots of room on the couch if you want to lay down with your brothers. I don't know what's wrong with my dog. Do you want to go outside? Go to the door if you want out. Is it bedtime? Oh, it's after 9. Is it Ragnar's bedtime? I think it's bedtime, I think. Goofy dog. You slept all day, but you're in a hurry to go to bed. Oh, for all the time she's been on her back and on the receiving end of the strikes, you don't see it on her face. All right, Jillian Robertson needs a finish. Decent left hook by Robertson there. She's just not a striker. She's got a body lock, but if she ends up on a guard, she's just going to attack a leg again, and back to the same thing we've had multiple times in this fight. 5 viewers over on Kick. Awesome, guys. If you don't mind, click on that link in the chat. That is my referral link for Rumble. Love to get more people over on Rumble. I like that you guys are here on Kick. If you could leave me a comment after this fight, tell me what you think of the fights so far tonight. Just have them. Okay, so Robertson did get her down, but she needs to pass and land strikes. And Mackenzie is really good at initiating attacks from here. She needs to pass. Needs to pass and drop some big strikes. Get Mackenzie worried and then, you know, go for that finish. But I don't know if that's going to happen if you can't get past her legs. She has not shown any ability to pass the guard of Mackenzie Dern. When she tries, Mackenzie just attacks a leg, and they end up in a scramble, and Mackenzie ends up on top or burying her head where Jillian can't really land ground and pound. She needs big strikes from here, but then you got Mackenzie turning angles on her, setting up for submissions and at least threatening off of her back, which Jillian Robertson has not been able to do at all when she was on top. Or when she was on her back. I had a bunch more people on Kick. I don't know where they all went. Maybe they were hoping I was playing a video game or something. Oh, turn an angle again. She can't pass. Pass. Look at this. Now she starts attacking a leg again. Yeah, she's just not. So this may be the only round. I don't know. How do you judge this? Do you judge but she hasn't been close to any submissions. Robertson has landed some strikes from here. 95% chance to win on Polymarket right now for Dern. But she may have lost this 5th round when it's all said and done. That was not a good elbow there. She kind of just did a backwards elbow and had absolutely nothing on her. Her ground and pound looks so good against other opponents. And in this fight, she just, because Dern's constantly threatening with submissions. I think Dern is content to just stay in full guard. She'll probably try to throw some strikes back. Now she opens that guard again, trying to attack a leg. So one thing I will say, even if, you know, Dern wins 4 or 5 rounds, this fight was really set up, you know, for her to get a very impressive, successful title defense. Judge's decision and having a lot of some adversity at least, in round 5 doesn't look nearly as good for Dern. So I think we're going to see 49 to 46 for Dern when it's all said and done. There's the bell.
Money in there because if you get it, if you fix it,
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, definitely zero confidence for the challenger. All right, let's start talking about the main event. If you saw my breakdown, you probably have guessed. I do feel like the size and the overall versatility and ability and fight IQ of Ian Gary could get this win for him. Worst case scenario for Ian Gary is, I think, a decision loss. I don't feel like Islam Makhachev can submit him. So yeah, definitely I have to go Ian Gary in this. I know it's probably not the popular opinion. I know he's the underdog, but I feel like I think Ian Gary can get this done. What do you guys think? You guys think I'm crazy? Getting ready to hear the decision. So probably round 5 went to Jillian Robertson. I think we're going to see 49-46 across the board. Robertson shaking her head. 48-47. So one judge gave Jillian Robertson 2 rounds. Interesting. I don't know how you give her 2 rounds. Very generous judge. All right, guys, I'm going to turn off my microphone and make a quick pit stop. You guys know my pick for the main event is Ian Machado Gary. Stick around for my commentary for that fight. And so let's look really quick. Main card, I picked Ribovics. He won. Picked Abdul Malik. He lost. I picked Turner. He won. I picked Dern. She won. So far, I am 3-1 on my main card picks. I am picking Ian Gary in the main event. The underdog, the challenger. Let's see what happens. I'm going to mute my microphone, leave it here, and go take a quick break. And All right, guys. Main event. See more of you on Rumble. Awesome. Glad to have you. Main event, Ian Gary versus Islam Makhachev. I do feel like Ian Gary could win this. I don't know if you guys remember the White House card. I said Justin Gaethje was going to beat Ilian Topuria, and he did. I've called fights for a few guys that were really long shots, and they pulled it off. Trying to think of another one recently. But I do feel like this is a really favorable fight for Ian Gary. You know, a lot of people probably think I'm crazy. You guys on Rumble, give me a message in the chat. Let me know. You think I'm crazy picking Ian Gary to beat Islam Makhachev? I just really feel like I mean, to think that he can win any other way than a judge's decision, you have to say that you feel like he's better than Shavkat. I think Shavkat Rakhmonov beats Makhachev. And Ian Gary went the distance with him. And Ian Gary, I think, has improved a bunch since that fight. Going to Georgia, working the wrestling. And that's been, I mean, he's been working. That was like at least 4 or 5 months ago. I mean, I don't think he just did a 6-week training camp. He's been training for this fight for a very, very long time. Makhachev, you know, he is really good, but we've seen some cracks in that armor in that fight with Volkanovski, the first one, and also in the fight with Dustin. We saw some moments. Dustin had some moments in that fight where you thought maybe he was going to come back and get him. But you're talking about a guy way bigger than both Dustin Poirier and Volkanovski, who's spent his entire career fighting big 170-pound fighters, whereas Islam's only fight at 170 against JDM, who is not a huge 175-pounder or 170-pounder. So what's up next week? What fights do we have next weekend? That's back in. So Hernandez versus Rodriguez. I think I'm out of town the weekend of this one. I believe I'm in town for next weekend, out of town the next weekend for the BMX State Championships. I'm not racing, just watching my kid and grandkid. All right. So then the weekend after that, we've got Hooker versus Parnays. And then the weekend after that, of course, we have UFC Noche. Noche is an awesome card. That height difference. All right, I'm gonna get a big spiel. All right, guys, I got more viewers. Oh, it popped up to 6 and then back down to 4 over on Kick. If you're watching, thanks for joining me. Give me your thoughts on the fight so far tonight. I am saying that I do feel like Ian Gary is gonna win tonight. I'm trying to think, what other fight did I say recently that I thought? No, I predicted the Justin Gaethje one, even though nobody thought that was possible. Recent events, what other ones? Oh, last week, I mean, I said Salkild would beat Gamrot. I didn't think he'd beat him in the first round, but he did. I did call this one for Medic. That was not that great of a fight. Plessy versus Usman. McGregor Holloway. I think. Is there another really big fight recently? Maria Gaethje, that's the big one. I said Gaethje would win. I had a feeling, and I did the breakdown. I pointed out that I thought Ilya's coach, when he was talking about weaknesses with Gaethje, he was talking about the way he ducked to the right when he would throw his left jab. And it does look like a weakness, but he also will grab the back of your head and come back with a power right hand from that position. And I said that might come into play, and it very much did. And Ilya wasn't able to take advantage of that like his coach said he would be able to, if that's what his coach was referring to. In this fight, we've seen him fight a really good southpaw striker in Protez, and we've seen him go the distance with the undefeated Shavkat Rakhmonov, who had a 100% finishing rate before that. Oh. All right. Here we go. Here comes the challenger. Coming out to Eric Clapton. That's kind of cool. Kind of weird, but okay. His wife's name isn't Layla, is it? No. Damian Maya in his corner. That's one reason why you probably won't see this guy get submitted in his career. He's got one of the best submission artists in the history of the UFC in his corner. Oh. All right. 5 of you on Kick. Give me a message in the chat. What do you think of the fights tonight? Saw a couple crazy submissions. We saw a couple big-time underdogs pull off the win. Saw Mackenzie Dern dominate 4 rounds out of 5. But what does that say for her in her next fight, man? If she's got to fight Wei Li, she can't have any bad rounds against Wei Li. Wei Li will stop her. Wei Li's an animal, man. She's so much stronger than Mackenzie Dern. and so versatile. I just think that's a horrible matchup. Like I said, I would give Mackenzie Dern about a 10% chance of beating Wei Li. Tatiana Suarez, she'd probably beat. She's already beat Jandiroba twice. Yan Xinan, she lost to. So, I mean, the two girls from China are her two biggest challenges right now. And Fatima Klein. We saw Fatima Klein look really, really strong her last fight. So, yeah, I'd like to see. And crazy down here at number 9, she has a loss to Jessica Andrade. Does she want to get that back? Try to get a win over a former champion who beat her already. Right. Be interesting to see how this stream performed overall. I've had a bunch of people at times on Rumble, still not 10, and a few people up to 5 viewers at once on Kick. All right, so now, yeah, Ian Gary is kind of a nerd. He's a weird dude, but man, dude's got so much skill. Fighter IQ, that's crazy. I talked about that escape of that capsule lock against Shavkat. Shavkat doing a move he'd probably never even seen accidentally, and then him probably never having been put in that move, being able to escape it on the fly like that. It's coming up with a escape to a submission you've never seen. Don't think that's something we've seen before. Man, he's popular. People don't like Ian Gary, and a lot of people like him. Ebe. Man, what's the dude from AKA? I can't think of his name. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's look at welterweight while we're waiting for this fight to start. So number 1 ranked Ian Machado Gary fighting Islam Makhachev right now. Carlos Prates ranked number 2. Morales ranked number 3. What's the fight they're talking about for Morales? Where is he? Amasov. I need to watch some fights of this guy. This guy's name has been thrown around, and I've heard he might be fighting Morales. But Sean Brady and Bonfim getting ready to fight. Below and Leon having a bad year. The same with Jack Del Maddalena. So, yeah, these two guys fighting, Jack and Bilal and Leon, all need some time off. Usman moved up and lost to Dricus. Joaquin Buckley has had a rough time too lately. 2 straight losses. This number 11 guy, talking about him moving up and fighting number 3, Michael Morales. Gross Medic looked very impressive. Who do you want to see him fight next? Just joining us on Rumble. We are on the main event. So far on the main card, I have called. I'm 3-1 on my main card picks. I am picking the underdog here, the challenger, Ian Gary, to pull off the biggest win of his career. Worst case scenario, I feel like he loses the decision. I don't think he gets submitted by him. I don't think he gets stopped with strikes. But I do think there's a possibility he could land something crazy and put Islam away.
Why?
17-1 to 28-1. Huge favorite is Islam Makhachev. The evening.
I didn't even get trained. I just did it. But I did because I went in there and I figured out made it easy for everybody else. That was like one of the first people over, so I made it like step by step. Like this is what needs to be done. This is how you do it. And he just wouldn't even like. She just checked everything on, not even do that. Which is exactly what I told her not to do. I told her make sure you always, make sure you always, yeah, do it before you. She get there, she have it put up before she even do anything. I'm like, you can't do that. Like the whole point of it, it's a checklist to see if you missed it. How are you gonna see if you missed anything if you check everything off? Get here and you don't do anything yet. And she called Amanda one day because she said she needed to nurse time. I'm like, seriously, you're not even tell you. She was like, she had Amanda because she said she could do it. And I had to go there to teach her how to do it.
Ooh. Still not a lot of comments tonight. You guys leave me a comment in the chat before the fight starts or after the fight. I'd like to hear other people's opinions on what they thought of these fights tonight. Do you think I'm crazy calling this one for Ian Gary?
The only thing Taylor had done is let the tap.
Ian Gary getting right in the face of Bruce Buffer. Don't think we're going to see as much animation from Islam. Islam looks a little bit more bulked up now. So, first round's going to tell us a lot. Ian can defend takedowns and control the stand-up. It's going to bode really well for him the rest of this fight. Ooh, man, it's going to be crazy. All right, coming out to the middle. Touch gloves. Some pretty good respect. Look at that height difference. Oh, no. Herb Dean is the referee. Oh, my gosh. Why not Herzog? Right, here we go. Round number 1, main event. We're on. How long does it take for Islam to go for the takedown? Can Ian defend takedowns in this first round? 74% on Poly Market for Makhachev, the champion. Seeing lots of level changes already. Missed 1-2, but didn't really clip him yet. Oh, man. Nervous watching this. Both guys feeling out. Ian's throwing a couple of his little kicks to the leg here. And a 1-2. Not much from Islam yet. Islam goes with the high kick. And shoots for that single. Ian defending so far. Ooh. Oh. Oh, man. Ian trying to scoot out, but his legs are already wrapped. Holy smokes. Ian coming up to all fours here. Trying to work his way to the fence. This is where we see Makhachev really excel. Okay, trying to get back up. Makhachev trying to put all of his weight, pull him back over, trying to hook that leg. These Dagestani wrestlers really, really excel at what he's doing right now. And Gary taking his time here. Got the knees up. Makhachev trying to trip those legs out again. So all his weight on that one leg. Wow. Ian working to stand back up. Trying to break that grip and get back up here. If he can, this would be a big deal for Ian. Yeah. It's just like a backpack full of cinder blocks. Man. Okay, Ian Gary, oh, again, gets that leg tripped back out, back to his hands. Now he's back up again, trying everything he can, dig an elbow in and break that grip. Standing back up again, trying to fight those hands. Being forced back down onto a hand here. So Joe Rogan's correct. I mean, he was not controlled on the ground for any amount of time, but he is being controlled up against the fence. Isn't getting the separation he needs here. He's very good at shooting in on that single because of the fact that he's southpaw. So I'm trying to drag him back down. A lot of weight on him here. He's got that one hook in, and he's hooking it behind his own leg. Doing a little bit of a standing grapevine here. All right, Ian Gary did break that grip at the very end, but maybe he let it go so he could hit him. So, holy, wow. Okay, so that's one round for Makhachev, but Ian Gary showed good defense. If he can keep him off that single, says his arms are fine. Ian Gary, so calm against the best in the world right now. Okay, so Gary needs to get some respect with the striking here early on in the second round. Round number 2. And seeing Herb Dean have to interject himself into this fight at all. Hopefully we don't. Right high kick by Gary, blocked by the arms. Does the stomp kick to the lead leg. Yeah, Gary needs to move side to side more. He's standing right in front of him, which allows him to grab that single. And Gary needs to be a little bit busier with those striking and just watch for that shot on that single. All of this right now is good for Ian Gary, but the moment he gets in on that single, everything changes. Oh. Makhachev is trying to lull him in a sense of he's going to stand with me, and then he's going to drop in on that single. Come on. Come on, Ian Gary. Don't get near that fence. Body kick. So, good round for Ian Gary so far. But he needs to stay the heck away from that fence. And Gary needs to keep the fight out there. Tight clinch by Makhachev. Ian Gary pushing him into the fence. Landing some body shots. This is interesting. What's going to happen here? If Ian gets him down, what happens then? Oh! Left head kick. Caught Ian Gary and momentarily dropped him in. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh my gosh. Headlock toss. Ian Gary in half guard here. Holy smokes, man. A round that was being controlled by Ian Gary. Makhachev immediately was able to turn that around. On the break, threw a combination and landed that left head kick. Right on the side of his jaw. That would have knocked out a lot of people. Wow. That was crazy. Oh, man. Horrible turn of events for Ian Gary. Trying to get back to a half guard here. Does get back to a half guard at least. Needs to underhook and scoot out to that side, but not let him go for a Darce. Oh, watch it. Watch out for that Darce. Watch it. Control those hands. So Ian Gary's going to finish this round down 2 rounds. Keeping he's always aware of that Darce. Now he's trying to get his hooks in, gives back. Ian Gary trying to get back up. No knee from. Oh, there was a knee. Oof. Wow. Some big time adversity for Ian Gary right there. Crazy. He got caught with that, and luckily it was just the foot, but it was right on the jaw. A lot of people would not have survived that round. Got more people on kick now. We are watching the main event. I did call this one for Ian Gary, and so far he has not had a great fight. He was doing well early in the second round. Had Makhachev up against the fence. Makhachev on the break landed a combination and finished with a left high kick that caught Ian Gary across the jaw and dropped him. And then he was able to dominate on the ground again. Didn't land a ton of strikes on the ground though, but he's up 2 rounds, and that one could have been a 10-8. And Gary goes for that high kick. That's what Conor McGregor said he'd finish him with. Yeah, I really feel like Ian Gary, one thing he isn't doing is moving side to side, like I think would be a lot more beneficial for him. He's just holding his ground. Side to side movement would definitely benefit him. They're saying the same thing in the commentary that I'm saying, but he needs to be moving side to side and landing shots. And the more mobile guy right now is Islam Makhachev. Gary not doing much this round. He was doing so much better at the beginning of round 2. He should throw that kick and follow it with the right cross. Now, the other fight that I did call a while back was I did think that that Sean Strickland would beat Hamzat, and he did. That was the other big one that I called, where everybody thought the champ was going to be able to defend. That one and the Gaethje versus Ilya one. Those were my 2 biggest calls. Did think that, oh, and here we go again. It's not good. Oh my gosh. This is really bad. Ian Gary is in not a good way here. Oh. Look at that. Now, he was able to reverse that position, get to his back, and get back up to his feet. He should throw that straight right to the solar plexus. Yeah, I do think we're seeing a little bit of him getting a little bit tired here. Step in right hook by Ian Gary. Body shot by Makhachev. So now, this is Ian Gary winning this round. Defended that takedown. Probably has landed more strikes this round than Islam has. But he's got to keep popping at him. You see, it's crazy. There's more damage to Oh, there goes that big left head kick, or right head kick. Conor McGregor said he'd knock him out with that. There was a big breath there. He lifted his chin high in the air, and Makhachev took a big breath. He needs to keep popping them jabs. Pop that jab right to that cheekbone. He's done some damage to Islam's face. Now he's throwing that stomp kick to the lead leg and defends another takedown. Best round for Ian Gary of the fight. But he needs, he needs to pop a little bit more out there. Oh, good body kick. So, you're seeing some adversity for sure for Islam Makhachev. And Gary goes for a spinning heel kick. Islam looking very tired. Holy smokes. That was a big, big breath there. Wow. Okay, so rounds 1 and 2, definitely to Makhachev. Round 2 may have been 10-8. Round 3, 10-9, Ian Gary. And Makhachev looks extremely tired. Hey. Wow. Hey. Let's see. Ian Gary looks fresh. Islam does not. Look at that look on his face. Oh my gosh. Not a look of confidence on the face of Islam Makhachev. Ian Gary needs to get a little bit more movement here. Watch for that right head kick again. You could get that through. You should throw that right hand to set up that right kick, or throw that right kick to set up the right hand. And he's just peppering him with that right kick. His elbows to the arm in the earlier round, too. That might have, elbows to the forearm might have hurt him when he had his back. Thus far, another round so far being controlled by Ian Gary. That best shot of the round was that kick to the arm. Body kick caught across the arm, but definitely not looking good for Makhachev right now. He needs to pepper him with that jab more. He needs to keep hitting him with that jab. Right hand has not been effective. He needs to come back with a left hook if he misses with that right hand. Oh. Wow. Oh, no. Oh, this is not good for Ian Gary, but he's working his way back up. Nothing done with that takedown if he gets back up here. So, see Hasbullah and Ali right there. Still 72% favorite to win for Makhachev. Gary breaks that grip, turning back into him. He needs separation here, though. You got a minute 50 left in this round. Oof, man. This is... Oh! Islam picks him up, but he lands on his feet. He's got to get up and get separation. He can't let him have this round. If he can get separation in the last minute of this round, land strikes to the end, he can really put it in the mind of Makhachev that turns back into him. Some good shots, and oh man, Islam not liking that, trying to hide his face and get him back down. He hasn't been able to do anything. So round 4 total strikes, 25-8. Do you give this to Makhachev for control, or do you give it to him for this striking? I mean, control with no damage. I mean, that one takedown would have been big if he hadn't landed on his feet. And he'd been able to completely ground him there. Wow. This is crazy. I don't know what the heck's going to happen if... Good coaching by the dude with the pigtails here. Braids, sorry. Braids. I'll be over. Man, I've had some good moments tonight in this stream. All right, so I have predicted I've gone 3-1 on my main card. Look at the damage he has done to Islam Makhachev's face. Damage definitely goes to Ian. Control, yeah, to Islam, but can you win with just control and not doing any damage? This is... All right, here we go. Round number 5. I think this... Man, this could be Ian Gary's fight. I don't know. Islam looks tired, and he looks to be way more damaged than Ian Gary does. Could he win a decision like this? I don't know. If he does, I mean, people have seen now those big guys that we've got in the top 5 of this weight class have seen the cracks in the armor of Islam Makhachev against another big welterweight. He needs to stay on him. Good right cross to the body. That's what I was calling for earlier. And Makhachev, just look at the time. What if he knocks him out in round 5 here? Oh, no, 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 no. All right, he needs separation a lot quicker here. But can Makhachev win the fight if he can't get him down and keep him down and do anything to him? He's just holding him against the fence and getting hit here. Oh, that was nice. That was really nice. Oh, no, 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 no. This is really bad for Ian Gary. That's nothing but 100% heart by Makhachev to get that takedown and get those hooks in. Because he is beat up and he's tired. Still has that technique, though. This is bad. This is really bad for Ian Gary. This may cost him the fight. If he can escape this and get some damage in before the bell, or get on top, 'Oh man, I think this position may win him the fight. Oh my gosh. "56 seconds for Ian Gary to get something big done here, because no. This definitely position and control. For Islam Makhachev, but damage is crazy slanted towards Ian. Good gosh. But man, who looks like they won that fight? Holy smokes, man. That was edge of my seat the whole fight there. What do you guys think of the fights? Like I said, best case scenario or worst case scenario for Ian Gary was losing a decision in this fight. I did not think Islam would finish him, and he was never really close to finishing him. That head kick was nice, but
Daytona Jack does all the heavy lifting, and his Hercules impact wrench and Icon torque wrench make quick work tough job. Nico demands affordable tools that don't quit because he never quits. Harbor Freight, built for tool people like me. Unbeatable deals right now at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. Don't miss out.
So crazy. Look at his face, man. He's beat up. And look at Ian Gary's face. Dang. But man, what happens from here? Because now people see the cracks, man, in his armor. What'd you guys think of the fight?
Great fighter, good man, and I just respect him. Give me hard time, but I still prove every fight. Thank you for the match.
You certainly are. You certainly did prove. But was this, you believe, the most difficult fight of your career?
Oh, let's see. Maybe in Australia, the first one was also very hard.
Now, there was moments in the fight where you got him to the ground and you were able to secure him. Were you surprised he was able to defend the submission attempts?
Yeah, he improved a lot. Working one of the best fighter coach, Damian Maya. That's why I say he improved greatly.
Do you feel the difference in fighting at welterweight? I know you feel better physically, but
Definitely much more challenged at welterweight than he ever was at 155.
Still, my game is working. I take down all my opponents. Thank you for all people who don't support me. Thank you so much.
Most damage. He's definitely the most damage he's taken in any fight in his career. There's Usman Magomedov. So which one of these gets the title fight next? Protez or Morales? Man.
nothing surprised me. Said it all week. I said when he should move into this division, we should all sit back, show respect to come over and win that second belt.
A little bit of a mark under his left eye, but really hardly any damage. Maybe a little bit of a fat lip.
I have a decade in this sport foundation. Not this time tonight. And it's okay. I can take that on my sleeve and go home, regroup, and get moving in here.
So let me know in the comments, what do you think of these fights tonight? What do you think this means for Islam Makhachev? Man, we got all these tough guys.
It's the best pound-for-pound fight on the planet. I'm not going to create history tonight. I want to say, shoot the box, desculpa pra tudo.
Oh.
Desculpa. Ele ganhou hoje. Chama muito minha família no Brasil.
Ian Gary just gave him the toughest fight of his career. He took more damage in this fight than Makhachev has in any other fight. You think these guys, number 2, number 3, number 4, no, number 4, not number 4, number 2, number 3, number 5, number 6, and then we got This guy down here, number 11. I'm going to have to watch some of his fights. Maybe I'll watch a highlight video and review what I think of Urasov Amasov. Wow. Crazy fights. I just don't know what's next. Who gets the next title shot? Morales or Prates? Does Islam take some time? He took a lot of damage in that fight. Look at his lip, look at his nose, look at his got swelling all over his head there. Crazy. Crazy. Oh man. Fights have we got coming up? Which ones are this the upcoming fights? No, these are the fights that just happened. All right, so next week we have Hernandez versus Rodriguez. Anthony Hernandez versus Gregory Rodriguez. Then we got other fights. Any other big ones on this card? The Ritter versus the Leedsy. Both guys moving up from middleweight to light heavyweight. That's interesting. That's wild. I mean, Ritter moving up to light heavyweight, and his first fight at light heavyweight is against another former middleweight. A lot of guys switching to middleweight or to light heavyweight and heavyweight now. St. Jones, heard the name. Carly Jadis. Versus Shamil Gaziv. Asperas. Gage Young. Gage Young, that's the guy that went the distance with Colin Salkild on Ultimate Fighter. Anthony Went, he's the guy that just won on the Contender Series last week, stepping in for his first fight in the UFC in less than 2 weeks from getting the contract. Pretty wild. Let me turn down the sound a little bit while I just look at what's coming up. Then, let's see everybody dropping off the stream. I will call it a night. 10:25. I'm gonna call it right pretty soon, no matter what. But let's just keep looking. So that's our main event. That's a big middleweight bout right there. Where are these two gentlemen in the rankings? Middleweight. Obviously, Sean Strickland is champ. We've got Anthony Hernandez versus Gregory Rodriguez. So number 11 versus number 6. I haven't heard anything about what's next for Joe Pyfer. He moved up. Adesanya, don't know what's next for him. Who gets the next title shot? Is it going to be Imavov? Is it going to be Duplessis? Is it going to be Hamzat, or is Hamzat moving up to light heavyweight? I hope he moves up to light heavyweight myself. So let's move on to the next week's fights. Next week's fights, we got the semifinals of Road to the UFC, but we've got the UFC Fight Night in Shanghai, China. Song Yadong versus Umar Nurmagomedov. That's got title potential. I mean, title elimination potential. You got Yan Xianan versus Denise Gomes. I don't know, my screen keeps wigging out here. I don't know if that's my... So let's look here. Let's look at 135. Peter Yan and Merab are going to have their trilogy match coming up. Card with another title fight, Volk versus Avoliev. So, I mean, this is great. We got the champ fighting number 1 contender, the champ fighting number 1 contender, we had the champ fighting number 1 contender tonight at 170. So then you got Umar is fighting Song Yadong. So number 3 versus number 6. These two just fought and Batista won. So I mean, what's next for O'Malley? Does O'Malley wait for the winner? If Merab wins, he don't get the title shot. If Peter Yan wins, he probably gets the title shot. Does he fight Mario Batista? Oh, yeah. Interesting. In that weight class, our other weight class we were just talking about was a women's weight class. Which one was it, though? Yan Shinan. This is 115 versus Denise Gomes. Yan Shinan, obviously. Number 4, Gomes. Where the heck is Gomes? What the heck? Just moving up a weight class. Where's Gomes? She's fighting number 14. So number 4 fighting number 14. That's weird. Don't get that one, but okay. Any other fights? Kai Sakura. Who is this guy? Kai Sakura versus this guy. Don't know who that is. I'm just forgetting them. Sean Woods. That's an interesting matchup. Oh, and we got Bilal Hassan, who just won on the Contender Series, 9-0, biggest favorite ever on the Contender Series, delivered in 35 seconds, fighting Nilson Rojas in the second fight of the night on that card. So, I mean, these guys just won the Contender Series, already getting a fight in the UFC. So let's go ahead, let's go back out of this, and let's look at the week after that. Hooker versus Parnasse. Yeah, that fight is going to show the rest of those guys at the top of the division what they need to do to beat him. Just made the blueprint of what you need to do against Islam. Such good control. But, man, wasn't able to do a ton of damage. Never really threatened with a submission. That kick was good early on. So, we got Dan Hooker versus Parnasse. Let's look at lightweight rankings. Is Parnasse ranked? Lightweight. Parnasse. Do not see Parnasse in the rankings. So we got a new guy coming up from outside the rankings to fight the number 10 ranked Dan Hooker. Here's a new Hooker still ranked 10.
What happened to Trayshawn Moore's teeth? Where's his teeth? They're on the desk down there somewhere. The coach had one of them. They're floating around here somewhere.
Right, then you got Freeze Yam versus Axel Sola. Michael Page in his final fight on his contract. Rizobiev. Is he ranked? Let's look here. Oh, that guy's been really impressive. So that's middleweight also, right? Middleweight. He's not ranked. So he's not ranked either. Interesting. You got Soriano versus Donchenko. That's a really good matchup. I was thinking of the wrong fighter altogether in that Morgan Charrier one. 37-9. Technical submission, neck crank. Oh. Dustin's decision. Lost to Joaquin Buckley. Interesting.
Ian is not that same guy. He's a strategic striker. He's very technical.
So yeah, that's a really good fight. This has potential to be a really good fight. Man, Mario Pinto versus Ryan Spann. Curtis Campbell versus Trevor Peak. Thang of Wood versus Marion Santos. It's a pretty good card, man. A lot of big name, up and coming fighters. Really good up and coming fighters. DC pointed out the fact that he's the only guy who ever defended belts in 2 divisions. And then we got UFC Noche on the 12th. No new comments. Gonna go out of this in just a minute. Yeah, I love that main event. That's a fight I was calling for. You got Brandon Moreno versus Joseph Morales. Tommy McMillan versus Marwan Rahiki. Manafort versus Alexa Grasso. That card is so awesome. I love this card, man. This, of all the cards coming up in the next month, is my favorite. It's going to be earlier in the day so you can watch the UFC or the Zuffa boxing after. I got to look at something. I don't know which weekend it is that I'm supposed to be working. I hope it's not that one.
This is the difference between him at 155 and him at 170. And, you know, I mean, I understand what he wants to do, and I understand that he wants to, but, man, it's hard. Really? It's hard to tell a man that is the champion there to go back now and cut that weight. I know. But it was different. It was noticeably different. The long weights are going to be much more difficult for him, and he's going to have to just keep improving. But again, we so frequently judge him on a different scale than most. Of course. Because most champions would win that fight.
September 25th. That's the weekend. That is the weekend of UFC Fight Night. Not Noche, thank God. And it's not the weekend of UFC 331. Okay, I'm happy what is on that card. I'm not going to be super upset of the 2 events that I'm going to miss in the near future. Montel Jack, I don't think that's going to end up being the main event. All right, guys. Then I'm going to wrap this up, guys. This has been a pretty good stream. I've had good numbers on everything, I feel like. I wish I would have got more comments, but maybe next time. So, what do we got coming up? Is it Thursday? We got the Thursday UFC BJJ. I'll do a live stream for that. I'll do a live stream for the last fight of Dana White's Contender Series and give you my opinion on who's going to get contracts. But for tonight, great fights. 3-2 on my picks on the main card. Prelims, not as good on my picks, I don't think, but definitely not a horrible night. 3-2, not bad. And man, Ian Gary gave Islam Makhachev toughest fight of his career for sure. Did more damage, and you can't see it because he's got his shirt on, but man, his ribs were bruised badly. Legs can't be feeling good. Be interesting to see what kind of damage he took after this fight, if he wants a quick return or if he's going to need quite a while before we see him back in the octagon. Do we end up with like an extended period maybe? I mean, those stomp kicks to the knees, and I think that's what injured Shavkat. So I mean, he could potentially have damage to those legs. Just such a tough fight for him. Yeah. Very interesting. Hadn't been for that kick, man, that round could have ended up going to Ian Gary. That changed round number 2 for sure. Now, man, he's going to have a heck of a time with, I don't know, I think Morales is the better opponent for, I mean, not better for Islam, but he's got a better chance of beating Islam, I do think, than Prates. Prates would have been a great matchup for Ian Gary. All right, guys. Thank you for joining me tonight. Everybody have a great night. God bless. And now we got Dean Thomas, whose fighter just lost in the co-main event. She won round 5 though, man. She did really good in round 5. And that shows, I mean, that's telling for the champion in that division. So, I mean, 2 champions had some massive adversity in their fights. I mean, not as massive for Mackenzie Dern, but she was not in a good space in round number 5. But I'm going to call it good. Everybody have a great night. Thanks for joining me. God bless. And I will see you on Tuesday evening for a short live stream for the Dana White's Contender Series, and then back again on Thursday, I believe, for UFC BJJ, and then back again next week for UFC Fight Night Hernandez.